seated, please stand up. Let's take selfies. Those of you seated, please stand up. Let's take selfies for 1 more minute. Ambao tumekaa, naomba tusimame, please. Tuliokaa naomba tusimame. Naomba tupige selfie. Believing that we all have selfies. That's a beautiful one. Thank you so much. Thank you, DJ. Can we now take our seats? Thank you so much. Once again, good morning. It is always beautiful to start your day with positive energy. Thank you so much. Later on, I will give you the hashtag so we all share those beautiful moments and tell the world that this truly happened. Okay? Dr. Mary, I missed a selfie with you. Can we take our seats? May I have all your attention? Welcome to day 3. I'm not saying it's a final day, it's day 3 of our conference. We are still guided by the theme, Fisheries and Aquaculture Research, Innovation and Management for a Sustainable Blue Economy. A lot has transpired, a lot more is yet to come. And I'm pleased now to invite Engineer Innocent Sailale to introduce our next speaker on a plenary topic which is dubbed Ocean, Satellite, and Blue Economy. Let's all put our hands together for Engineer Innocent Sailale as he comes to introduce the next speaker. Karibu sana.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, as I have been introduced, my name is Innocent Sailale. I am here to introduce Dr. Yu Han Ahan. You can read by yourself. Before I introduce him, I just want to say little things. Korea has been our best partner on doing research. We have started good relationship with them. They are helping us to build the geostatic satellite station. First one in Tafiri, which will be receiving remote sensing data, sea surface temperature, chlorophyll, and ship tracking at real time at our institute at Tafiri, at Tanzania. Thank you, Korean. As you can see, we are having the next presenter who is coming to talk about the remote sensing technology and GIS. Dr. Ang is the best known for leading the development of Korean geostationary ocean color imagery, GOCI, ocean satellite. It was launched in 2010. GOIC was the world's first geostationary ocean color satellite. This groundbreaking mission revolutionized how ocean scientists monitor marine environment, enabling hourly high-resolution observation of East Asian Sea that has previously impossible with polar orbit satellite. You can imagine. Throughout his career, Dr. Ahan has been instrumental in bringing space technology and marine science. His spearheaded design of the GOIC data processing system, developing advanced algorithms to measure chlorophylls concentrations, suspend sedimentation dynamics, dissolves organic matter. His work has significantly improved the global capabilities in marine disaster forecasting, red tides tracking, fisheries management, and climate change monitoring. Beyond his work on the initial GOIC mission, Dr. Ahan has been heavily involved in shaping the future of geostationary remote sensing, leading user requirement studies and scientific goals for success. So he's here with us today in FAR4ViBE 2026, the fourth FAR4ViBE. So he'll be here. I'm inviting him to come and give this good experience of what has been doing. You are welcome, Doctor.
Good morning. Habari za asubuhi. First time, in the green economy, they used again blue economy, which means the economy by ocean. Okay. And 2015, UN, they announced the SDG fourth goal. If you see here, what means SDG fourth? Sustainable Development Goal, SDG. SDG fourth is the 14th goal related to the ocean among the 17 goals announced by the United Nations in 2015. So, if we hear SDG 14th means that blue economy action item. Okay. And 2020, they expanded the conception blue economy, digital and satellite-based blue economy. Okay. This photo shows you 191 UN member state delegation. Okay. Oh. How I can start? No. Sorry, I'm not familiar.
Yes.
Okay. This is forward?
No, back. And
This is back.
Yes. This
Okay.
is forward.
Forward, okay. If we see the SDG 14 specific objective, first, it is classified 7 categories. One is reduction of marine pollution and restoration of marine ecosystem, minimization of the ocean acidification of effect, and recovery of fish resource, and improvement of marine biodiversity, protection of small-scale fishermen, implementation of UN Convention, law of ocean. Okay. To apply satellite data, the satellite data is a very big advantage of the ocean measurement. To ocean measurement, we use the conventionally the ship-based observation. But ship-based observation has lot of problems, as you know. Ocean observation vessels are used for single observation along the designated line. Satellite observation data is available to all users simultaneously, and there is no additional cost to perform the next observation. Of course, for the initial cost of a satellite, it will be a very big money. Okay? But after that, if you want to more measure the ocean, in that case, no more cost. It's a very strong point for the satellite. The biggest problem in the ship is observation cost and the lack of data simultaneously. And the satellite data is free and available to everyone. And it observes the ocean of all countries every day, in Tanzania also. The unique of information can be obtained without additional cost. This is the very strong point of satellite. But the data characteristics are different if we compare with the satellite data and ship observation data. Satellite data is a pixel data. If a pixel size is 1 kilometer, 1 kilometer, in that case, the data means that average value within the pixel area. But ship observation data is a given point value data. We can say, it is difficult to say which data is better or worse. Okay, now how can satellites help realize the blue economy? First time, what can ocean satellite basically do? Of course, first time, observe. For example, sea surface temperature, ocean color, sea level, sea ice, wind, etc., etc. Second, with this data, we can diagnose productivity, front, half, sediment, current, habitat suitability, and using this data, using some algorithm, we can decide, for example, potential fishing zone, how we can decide aquaculture site, monitoring, or IUU risk, and the climate change. Okay? What kind of satellite is flying over every coast? There are many satellites. Sentinel-3, special resolution to 300 meters. It's a very good coastal ocean color. But you should understand, all this kind of satellite will measure 1 or 2 times a day, not many times. Okay? And the MODIS satellite from NASA, OCI also from NASA. This kind of Sentinel satellite is from ESA. Okay. All this kind of satellite is free in service. It's very good. 10 years ago, 20 years ago, this satellite data was not free. It was very expensive. Now, it can serve as free. Okay? If you have a satellite in operating, first time, what can you do? So, satellite data policy decision required. You should decide observation area and wider, daily reception schedule, and comparison with the adjacent jurisdictional water, or how can you make a service real-time or delay mode service. You should decide. And the target scope and item of data distribution. Generally, ocean satellite is free. It covers full cover Earth's surface. Full disk coverage. Okay? And for the fixed revisit, independent of the budget, so it automatically turn every time. It shifts little by little for the Earth's surface. And you should develop also algorithm to analyze the satellite data Generally, it served near real-time delivery, which means that around 1 hour and 2 hours delay mode, not real-time, okay? What can we do for the blue economy application using satellite? Ocean governance, marine space utilization planning, EEZ dispute with the neighboring country, IUU monitoring. IUU are illegal, unreported, unregulated, which means that illegal fishing boat. Okay. And second, finding fish and utilization digital ocean, potential fishing zone, fishing resource, environmental relation. For this activity, we can find easily potential fishing zone. Again, scientific aquaculture. You need, for the aquaculture in the coastal area, you need scientific information. The coverage is, aquaculture coverage is very wide. We don't know where is a good place. So in that case, you need, if you need satellite information, you can find easily aquaculture site. Okay? And protection of fishermen. There is so many problems for the fishermen. Thermal stress, water quality problem, carrying capacity problem, and the climate change. The satellite information will provide the coastal blue carbon, CO2 pumping from atmosphere, biodiversity mapping. This is a very good, strong point satellite. Okay, for the first time, ocean governance and satellite. What's the ocean governance? It's a comprehensive policy and institutional framework in which a nation, international organization, and the local community cooperative to create and manage rules for the sustainable protection and the use of marine resources. So, when developing a national marine space utilization, geology, ecology, and productivity based on satellite are required. Especially in the event of a conflict between neighboring countries. In the case, undeniable evidence produced through the scientific monitoring is essential. I'll show you next time this example. To establish a wide area of marine protected area, in that case, you need a lot of in situ measurement or another satellite measurement. Okay. Okay. For the find fishing, considering thermal front and the chlorophyll concentration, it relates to the area where the fish are densely concentrated. I know that already Tapiria using this technique. Okay. Research on PFZ was first started in India 1919. In Korea, we started this research 2005 under the term of fishing ground index. The term is slightly different, but it's nearly same meaning. Okay. So Indian advisory model was built for small-scale fish and delivered free by a national agency. This example image is a fishing ground index. The maximum value 1 and the minimum value 0. Okay, it's just a statistical value. Okay, it approaches to 1, there is a fish. Okay, if it approaches to 0, no fish. This is some example of FGI information. We use the 4 parameters: sea surface temperature, CPUE, DMSP, and the chlorophyll concentration. CPUE, you know, okay? The catch per unit effort. DMSP is a satellite name, Defense Meteorological Satellite Program, just for monitoring of night light. Okay? Night light. Fishermen, they don't want to share their knowledge for the fishing ground. They would like to hide. Only they save their own knowledge. So because of that, we don't know the fishermen where they are fishing. But if you use DMSP light information, we know where the ship is. Where the ship is. Okay? So where the density, very dense light here, which means that very dense activity of the fishing zone. So, with the 4 parameters, we can estimate of the, for example, skid fishing ground information prediction. Okay, like this. If we say the PFZ efficiency, you should understand that PFZ is not intended to catch more fish, not more fish. It is intended to reduce fishing cost and effort. Okay? It's a very important conception. We can save poor cost, the safety will be increased, effort will be decreased, effort will be increased, and full saving lead to reduction in carbon emission, which is directly linked to the climate-related financial support. Okay, now I talk about the digital ocean. Why is data digitization is necessary? All ocean model requires the digital data. Satellite observation are fundamentally digitized data. Okay? Digital data is easy and fast to product and record, process, use, and accurate. It's also convenient for public service. Dr. Kimurai, director of TAPIRI, stated that he has implemented the digitization of PFZ for Tanzania blue economy. I read a newspaper. Here it is. A very good conception. Okay. The same physical principle apply to Lake Victoria, inland fisheries, and terrestrial freshwater resource can be digitized into a database based on satellite observation. Okay, first, you say a biodiversity mapping. You know, mangrove, seagrass, coral reef is a very important plant in coastal water. Of course, all this plant was related to the water quality also. There is a likely not only as strong as a satellite for mapping biological habitat. For small-scale application, high-resolution satellite will be necessary. So I didn't know in Tanzania there is a lot of surface grown mangrove. Oh, I surprised. If I share Tanzania mangrove forest, surprised. This area is Rufiji. Rufiji. Okay, I don't know where is Rufiji. Now, I would like to say blue carbon. Blue carbon is money, very important. Why? Blue carbon means that the organic carbon that is captured and stored by the coastal ocean in vegetated ecosystems such as mangrove forest, salt marshes, or seagrass meadow. This all green area is a blue carbon area. Okay? CO2 absorption by the ocean is a key mechanism for preventing global warming. It's general conception. Okay?
Dr. you have 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. The amount of blue carbon verified each country can be sold in carbon credit market. It can be sold. The amount of blue carbon is easily measured repeatedly at no marginal cost using ocean satellite. Okay. Ocean color satellite, what's different? Generally, ocean satellite measure the physical parameters, geometry, energy, texture, forcing. But ocean color satellite is targeting living organisms. You can see this kind of term can be analyzed. Chlorophyll, suspended sediment, sedum, dissolved organic matter, primary production, etc., etc., etc. Okay? This ocean color satellite is 47 years released in free. Many ocean color satellites. What's the problem in the ocean color? What is the lacking? It's a problem with the cloud. Cloud, you cannot measure. Nighttime, there is no sunlight, you cannot measure. And observation time relation one time a day is too the data you cannot detect the variation. Spatial resolution generally is 300 to 1 kilometer. It's too much large. It's a problem. But this problem can be resolved using another satellite. Okay, another satellite. Okay, I'll pass. I saw it. This is our GOSI satellite image. GOSI satellite is a geostationary satellite. The satellite position is all fixed position. It moves with the time, always this time. It cannot move, okay? So we can take image 8 times a day. So we can detect the coastal variation every hours. It's a geostatic satellite is a new trend satellite. So now, of course, in Korea, China geosatellite will be underdeveloping. Europe, Africa area is underdeveloping. Glimmer, JAXO in USA, from USA, underdeveloped. But this area is empty, actually. Maybe Tanzania, in the future, you will develop this satellite. Okay, now I'll show you marine environmental management problem. Okay, we have marine management policy in Korea. Okay, I'll pass. Water quality index in Korea water, I'll pass. Marine protected area map in Korea. Okay, now using the satellite data, we have had a problem in the LOC. We found that very large red tide. Finally, we found that this area is a dumping site. We operated a land-based waste dumping site until early 2000s. Kyoto discovered that a massive red tide occurred at this dumping site. Finally, in 2004, the Ministry of Ocean and Fisheries abolished its ocean dumping policy. Very good. And the problem with the polluting debris and the macroalgae from China water, like this, it's also from us. It's a marine disaster. Okay. Protecting of a small scale fishermen. This is as you see here, red tide problem in Korea. There are so many fish farm. Red tide killed a lot of the farming fish. The red tide extended to the east sea. You can see this kind of plume. Okay. In Korea, the government compensated for the damage when fishes aquaculture farm die due to red tide or high water temperature. We should compensate. The damage of red tide with the eels, very big in 2013. Now it decreased. Oil spill problem here in 2007. You can see. Problem is the issues regarding compensation for fishermen following oil spills. Scientific determination of the area of contaminated fishing ground is very important. It can be resolved by satellite observation, and the fishing cooperative sales record is very important. But fishermen, they don't have this record. I understand that in Tanzania also has this kind of problem because they don't want to share their information in the public area. Okay? In that case, if there is a oil spill accidents, in that case, they cannot be compensated. And again, a leg of attack of low salinity water from China. I say many times from China. I'm very sorry from China government. But I don't want to blame the China government because this phenomenon exists from long times ago. So I don't want to make a political problem. Okay? So anyway, this low salinity water attack the aquaculture farm. That's a problem also. So the compensation may be provided if approved by fishery disaster community. In that case, we can compensate. This is the problem of a nuclear power plant. In the west coastal area, we have 6 nuclear power plants, a cold water intake here, and a cooled warm water discharge this area. This area is the fishing farm area and the fishing ground area. So I found that using satellite data, there is a very warm water plume, sometimes a warm water plume like this. Using this evidence, the fishermen could compensate many money. Total compensated amount is $167 million. Okay, it's also the protection for the fishermen. We have also marine disaster warming system in Kiosk with KHOA. The problem is sometimes the mission conflict with this operation system. NIFS also they would like to warming system. So occasionally conflict arises between government agencies regarding their area of work. Maybe in Tanzania also exists.
Dr. Yu, your time is almost finished.
Yes. Okay, now I would talk about, do you always need only large, expensive satellite? No, you can use a very small satellite. Its size is very small, 3 liter. Size is like this, 3 liter. But image quality is very good, okay? Now I'll talk about Tanzania Satellite 1, development status. Tanzania, actually they are developing Tanzania Satellite 1. The status is international cooperation with JAXA, Japan. Actually assembling and manufacturing is DIT. Okay? The size is very small. Okay. The mission is like this. Main mission is not for the ocean. So wildlife protection, disaster management, etc. It will be launched from the ISS, International Space Station. Actually, yesterday, Dr. Kim already presented Korea-Tanzania cooperation, present status. Okay, maybe you heard already this information. Okay, I'll pass. Now I propose the next generation Korea-Tanzania cooperative project. Okay, you know, the Tanzania announced the last year 5-year space development plan. Tan Aerospace Administration, TASA, maybe TASA, scheduled to be organized. And naturally, National Satellite Center must naturally be established under the TASA. So it appears that the Korean support will be possible if the Tan government so desires. I think just a proposal. So the conception of Tanzania National Satellite Center is like this. Here, Tanzania Space Agency, TASA, and the Tanzania National Satellite Center, this is National Coordinating Center. Okay? Under this TNSC, already Marine Fisheries Satellite Application Center exists. It's under developing, of course. And you have many ministers satellite center may need. Land Environmental Satellite Center, Geology Mineral Satellite Center, Water Resource Satellite Center. But they don't need a direct satellite receiving station. If you have a one time here, you can make service the data. Okay? So you can happily station will be the reading center, can be reading center. Okay. Okay. Now I have finished conclusion. Why ocean satellite need? You can lead, and thank you very much.
Makofi mengi kwa Dr. Yu Ahan. Thank you so much for your presentation. So quickly, if you have a very burning question, only two, please. Raise up your hands, raise up your hand, so that I give you that opportunity. Only two? Okay.
Thank you very much, presenter. My name is Fernand Laurent Mwagama. Mine is a small concern. As lightly you have mentioned the issue of PFZ, and you have cautioned us that this is intended for not for catching more fish. So I'm wondering that fishermen are very ambitious. They want to maximize profit always. So what are the control mechanisms to ensure that these fishermen are not catching more fish? Thank you.
Yes, it's in Korean also same problem. You don't control actually. That's the problem. Yeah, I am agree with you. Okay.
Thank you. For the lady, okay.
Hello?
Thank you, sir. That was a very enlightening and insightful presentation. And I have two questions. The first one, you've been referring to the satellite observation as free and no cost associated compared to the ocean-based. I'm just wondering, how is that possible? Are there no the initial installation costs, but also the management costs? But also the second question is on the references made to ocean, coast, marine. And I only had the reference made to the freshwater when you mentioned, that sounds like an afterthought when you mentioned of the PFZ referring to Lake Victoria. So I'm wondering, from the initial design, do you have freshwater also in mind? Because I find it a bit problematic, because even the title itself, how can ocean satellite be utilized to realize the blue economy? Because blue economy is not only marine, it's also associated with freshwater. What's your insight on that? Thank you.
Your question is too much long. Sorry, I'll ask my colleague. Yes, satellite data can be serviced in free using the public network. Okay, public network. Of course, if you have a very good internet network, it is also very good facility. And I observed that Victoria Lake is a very big lake. It can be considered like ocean. Of course, it's a freshwater, I think. But it can be considered really ocean scale, okay? So it is very good to observe using ocean satellite. If you have a small lake, in that case, it's a little hard. You need a very high spatial resolution satellite, like a land satellite. But if you use a Sentinel satellite, the spatial resolution is very good. 30 meter, 10 meter to 30 meter. So it's too much information. You can get very high, very good precision information can be obtained using Sentinel satellite. Sentinel satellite is a long time ago, it was a very expensive satellite, but now it's free. You can access in ISA, you can obtain the satellite data in free, in near real time. Or you can obtain it's delay mode time. Okay, it's not a problem.
Yes, if I may add something to Dr. Han's reply. It used to be very, very expensive to get and to use satellite data. But they made enough money over the years. And also, they provide a premium service. And they charge very expensive money. That's how they can operate satellite constellation and offer the basic service for free. So free data is for basic service, not the premium service. But that's enough for us to use.
Thank you. Dr. Lee.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Ahan, for this. Summarily is we have a new East station in Tafiri. So if you have more questions, please come to Tafiri. You will get all the answers there. Makofi ya mwisho kwa mwasilishaji wetu. Nashukuru sana.
I'm not sure if the moderator deserves an equal round of applause for having dragged my time. So before we proceed on to the next presentation, I would like to bring some good news. We have excursion tomorrow. I was hoping I would hear, ooh. So we have excursion tomorrow and we will be going to Bongoyo Island Marine Reserve. Bongoyo Island Marine Reserve. Most of us in Tanzania, including myself, have not been to Bongoyo, but it's a beautiful marine reserve. Now, those who wish to go, we shall depart from here, GNICC, at 9:30. So we meet at 9 and depart at 9:30. We arrive at the sleepway at around 10:15. Then leave the sleepway at 10:30 to go to Bongoyo. It's a 30 minutes cruise. And while there, we will enjoy the Shark Lagoon. So if you've never swum with sharks, this is the opportunity to swim with sharks, Shark Lagoon. But there's a German house at Bongoyo Island. Those of us, we've seen a colleague from Korea who did snookering. So there's also snookering for those who wish to do. And nature trail, okay? Those of us who wish to go, for East Africans, the fee is 80,000 Tanzanian shillings. For those with residence permit, it's 100,000 shillings. And non-residents, it's 120 Tanzanian shillings. Not US dollars, not euros, Tanzanian shillings. Please take a note that this fee includes your return transport from here to the sleepway, from the sleepway to Bongoyo, and from Bongoyo back to the sleepway, from the sleepway back to GNICC. It includes lunch. It's going to be chips and fish or chips and chicken for those of us who do not eat fish. And then it includes park fees. Okay? What is not included on the fee is for those of us drinking beer. Beer is not included, but it's sold at a very reasonable price of 5,000 shillings or any soft drink at 2,000 shillings. Okay? So please do not plan to miss this auspicious event, courtesy of Tafiri and Zafiri and the marine parks. So they've organized this for us. And no tie. There's a lot of swimming. Don't come with a necktie or a jacket. Come with a short. I wouldn't say the rest. But please, let's go and have more fun and enjoy and explore what we're learning in the session. Those who have not done snorkeling, it's a beautiful thing to do, and it's very addictive. Beware. I'm honored now to bring my next speaker, and my next speaker will be introduced by Dr. Matthias Msafiri Igulu. The next topic is on African, I learned this word yesterday, cichlid, yeah? Did I get that right? Cichlid. Cichlid. Okay. African cichlid fishes and the evolutionary neuroscience of social behavior. So let's put our hands together for Dr. Matthias as he comes to introduce Dr. Hans, the keynote speaker. In total, we have 30 minutes.
30 minutes. We'll do our best. Asante. Asante. Habari ni za asubuhi. Kama vile hatujaamka. I don't know how you say habari za asubuhi in Korea. I understand. I want to try to do it. Well, it's my pleasure to introduce to you Professor Hans Hofmann. The last time I checked, he was from the University of Harvard. And just today or this week, I learned he moved to Texas. So I first met Hans and his group in Kigoma back in 2003, I think. I was just a graduate student from the University of Dar es Salaam, together with the Uruma, I think is here, and Kimere was just a young boy. Now he has a gray hair. So we had an interesting time. It was my first research work with him, and together with his group, we published an article which I checked today has more than 250 citations. So it's quite a lot. Thank you, Hans. Well, I was trying to also check on AI, just to give an introduction to him, but there is a lot. Just to say, he's working on secrets, interesting section. I think secrets are only in Africa. I don't know, maybe in some other parts of Africa, but we are well covered here because we have almost all of the Great Lakes in Africa. Lake Tanganyika, they are there for sure. I can confirm on that. Lake Victoria, Lake Malawi, and some other rivers, I think. So it's an interesting topic here, not only about fish, but how also we can translate that into human behavior, isn't it, us? So please join me in welcome Professor Hans Hofmann, and please pay attention to his discussion. So Hans, please welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes. All right. So, according to the schedule, my talk is already over. So I will try the impossible and talk so fast that we move back in time. All right. So I'm very honored to be here. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me. It's great to be back in Tanzania. I'm here also in part with a new collaboration with Dr. Peter Dijkstra and Dr. Mary Kishi and Tafiri to do some work in Lake Victoria for the first time in quite a few years. And I've completely changed my talk. Maybe this is a mistake, maybe this will be a disaster, but listening to all of you over the last few days, I thought I should actually tell you about some research that we have been doing and that is ongoing that might be much more relevant to what many of you are interested in. So, what my laboratory does is we're interested in understanding the neural and molecular basis of social behavior and how we make social decisions. And so I'm a neuroscientist by training, I'm a genomicist, I'm a computational biologist, so we do a lot of different things in the lab, and we don't just study that in humans, especially because we cannot get into the brains of humans so easily. We do study these kinds of questions in different kinds of animals, including in cichlid fishes, both from East Africa and from Central America. But we have worked on many other different species as well. And so, as was already mentioned, I spent quite some time in Kigoma, working out of Lake Tanganyika some time ago. And I was quite pleased when I came here and some people still recognized me, which means I'm still a young man. So maybe not, my children would not agree. But those were the days. The top left, that is actually me, believe it or not. I'm not sure I believe it myself. But what I want to do is, instead of talking about cichlids, I want to talk about two other species of fish that I think might be of relevance here as well, even though not the species, but the approach that we're taking. So I've recently become interested in flatfish. Flatfish are fascinating animals because they undergo metamorphosis where they turn from bilaterally symmetric larvae into asymmetric adults, from a pelagic stage to a benthic stage, where they become predatory and they're basically waiting for prey to swim by. And the work that I'm going to tell you about right now was done by a postdoctoral fellow in my laboratory, Dr. Laura Sisk-Hackworth. And so, as many of you know, and I looked it up, there are about 11 native species of flatfish along the coast of Tanzania. Apparently there is not much of a fisheries, but I think there could be. And they, like many marine fish, they have a larval stage that is pelagic, where they go out in the ocean and then they come back near the coast where they settle down and have their adult lives. In the Gulf of Mexico, we have experienced with the southern flounder a huge decrease in the population over the last 40-something years, partly due to fishing. It's a very popular sports fish, but probably several other reasons as well. So the state of Texas, where I am, started a hatchery program. It's incredibly large-scale production. They produce about 2 million animals per year and release them. So this is one of these hatcheries. It's a very impressive operation. But there's a problem. And the problem is that the animals that are produced in the hatchery, many of them, about 40%, sometimes more, are malpigmented. They're pseudo-albino, meaning they get released into the bay and they're not properly camouflaged, and so before they even grow up, they will get eaten by predators. So in a way, it's a huge waste of money. Of course, I'm not allowed to say that, but it's not working particularly well. And so the question is, why is that? And as it turns out, this is not limited to southern flounder. This has been observed in other flatfish as well that are produced in aquaculture, mariculture, in hatcheries. And it's a problem also in mariculture because these fish have a much lower market value. People do not like to buy malpigmented fish. And so several culprits have been identified, including deficient nutrition, light problems, overcrowding, and so on. And so the idea is that the problem with pigmentation occurs as a consequence of this kind of stress that they experience during the development. And we wanted to understand what is actually going on at the molecular level and physiological level so we can possibly address this problem and make the hatcheries much more successful and reduce the rate of pseudoalbinism. So the way we did this, we have done a number of experiments. I'm only going to tell you about one, is where we basically gave them different diets. We gave them a regular diet that people use in hatcheries and an enriched diet with more fatty acids, long-chain fatty acids. We had 5 replicates each, and we looked at different developmental stages and dissected the fish, where I dissected out the brains and we used the trunk for RNA sequencing to get at the transcriptome, and the brain we did single-cell RNA-seq. And so what's important to notice that when we give the fish an enriched diet, the rate of pseudoalbinism goes down, right? So it makes a big difference. And what we find is that there is relatively few genes that change before these animals move into metamorphosis. But then when they are in metamorphosis, this is really when the huge differences happen between those animals that have an enriched diet and those that don't have an enriched diet. And that's indicated here with what we call a heat map, which is basically all these genes here are differentially expressed over developmental time during metamorphosis, about 1,400 genes. So there is a huge difference between an enriched diet and a non-enriched diet, and we have some candidates to go after. In fact, we can investigate these genes more, and we identify particular molecular pathways that are dysregulated in animals that are on a non-enriched diet. And then we can ask, what is actually the physiological connection between the stress that is caused by a lack of an appropriate diet and malpigmentation. And of course, it has to do with homeostasis. It has to do with the kinds of processes that happen, particularly in the hypothalamus of the brain, that allow an animal to maintain a healthy state. And so how do we find out more about what's actually happening in this situation? We can do single-cell RNA-seq, which is basically where we take the tissue, like the hypothalamus of the brain, we dissociate all the cells, and then we sequence the transcriptome, or basically the complement of genes that are currently being active, all of them in thousands and thousands of cells at a single-cell resolution. And when we do this, then we sequence this, we take all these so-called sequence reads, and we use computational methods to align these reads to the genes where they came from, or the transcripts where they came from, and then from that infer how strongly a particular gene is expressed, or how active it is. It all sounds like magic, but it's not. It actually works quite well. And so for this experiment, we sequenced a total of 238,000 cells. And then, because there's a lot of genes and a lot of cells, we reduce the high dimensionality of the data using different kinds of approaches, including one where we can make inferences about the gene co-expression networks or modules, where the genes work together to achieve a particular function. This all happens in the computer. Okay, so we take these cells, for example, and we identify these gene co-expression modules, and then ask which of these modules are actually dysregulated with the non-enriched diet, for example. And we find these kinds of modules. This is just an example. And we find, for example, that in the non-enriched diet, there is actually a delay in the activity of one of these modules that can be directly linked from the stress that is experienced by the lack of enough long-chain fatty acids to the pigmentation pathway that then leads to pseudoalbinism. So I'm going to skip over this. So basically, we find different kinds of pathways that have to do with stress signaling, with thyroid hormone signaling, melatonin, and the biological clock, for example. And that connects the fatty acid synthesis pathway with hypothalamic developmental signaling, which in turn then connects to pigmentation. And so we can, from this kind of data, basically build an entire pathway and understand what's actually going wrong when these animals experience stress, for example, a non-enriched diet, or too high light levels, that's another study that we have been doing, or too much noise, for example. Hatcheries can be very noisy. So, and then we can actually go back to this, to the Texas state hatchery and tell them you have to adjust your diet, you have to adjust light levels, you have to reduce the noise, and they have been doing that, and as a consequence, their malpigmentation rates have dropped down to about 10% from 40%. So this has had real impact. It's currently having an impact. So why don't we do this with aquaculture species in Tanzania, like tilapia, seaweed, whatever, okay? Seagrass. So we can, in principle, do all this in any species that you want to work on. Now here's my second story that I want to tell you. This is about another beautiful fish. And here we're asking the question, how animals that live in highly variable environments, and a lot of animals live in highly variable environments, don't just survive in these environments, but they actually thrive. What are the molecular and physiological mechanisms that allow them to do this? Well, as you all know, habitats can vary tremendously across timescales. In fact, we've learned about this at this conference, like decades, seasons, and real time, as well as spatial scales, global, regional, local. Independent of climate change, there's a lot of variability in a lot of different places. So how do animals survive and even thrive in these variable environments? Well, again, we come back to physiological homeostasis. What are the mechanisms that allow them to maintain a healthy state in the face of this kind of variability? And as it turns out, relatively few studies have actually examined how these brain systems, these homeostatic brain systems, function and interact in natural environments. A lot of work has been done in the laboratory, but your fish and your species that you're interested in, for the most part, are not in the laboratory, right? They're exposed to the elements. So we need a good model system to address this question, and there are a number out there, but you know, we would like to have a model system that is very common across diverse habitats, that is abundant and easy to work with in the laboratory and in the field. It does not migrate or shift ranges, because that's not fair, right? If the animal can run away from bad environment, then, well, that's one way to respond, and that's interesting. But we are interested in those that stay put, like those that might be in an aquaculture facility. And then it can be brought into the lab for more controlled experiments. And the animal that we've settled on for the time being is the prairie long-eared sunfish. It's a beautiful fish, freshwater fish that is common across Texas and Oklahoma and Arkansas and northeastern Mexico. Males establish breeding colonies with small home ranges where they compete for females, and the males have paternal care. The males take care of the offspring, and the females are hit and run. And they have a pretty high temperature tolerance. People have studied that. So here's Texas. I just learned yesterday, because I looked it up, that Tanzania is about 1/3 larger than Texas. Texas is pretty big, but Tanzania is bigger. And so what you see is, where Texas is located, that there is, from the north to the south, a temperature gradient, and from the east to the west, a precipitation gradient. You know, in the east we have swamps, in the west we have desert. In the north it gets cold, in the south it doesn't. And so it's like a checkerboard. It's almost like a natural experiment. And so what we've done is we've selected, and this is my graduate student Dimitrios Fofolos who's doing this work, 34 sites across the state where these fish are very common and clearly happy and thriving, but that are highly variable. And we're using remote sensing and monitoring station along different streams to get a lot of environmental data. And what we find when we put this in a multivariate framework like principal components analysis is that temperature and related variables explain most of the variance in the data, and precipitation or water flow explains the second most. And what you can see is that if we look at temperature, we recover this gradient from the north to the south. And if we look at precipitation or water flow, we recover the gradient from the east to the west. But what you also see is that there's a huge amount of within-site variability. These are highly variable sites. This is true both over decades. We have data going back to the early 1980s, but it's also true over seasons from January through December. There's a huge amount of variability. So it's an ideal system to ask this question that I put first. Then we use a video drone to actually observe the behavior in the field and to quantify the behavior of these animals in the field. So what do these videos look like? I'm going to show you a small snippet. Here's a photo that I took of a site in a creek that runs through the University of Texas at Austin campus, Waller Creek. And you see all the different nesting sites. You even see the little fish here. They're quite fun to watch. It's very relaxing. So what do these videos look like? Well, here is one. And as you can see, the drone is hovering about 5 meters above the water. And we do this observation, and then we use automated tracking and machine learning to actually track the behavior of these animals. And we can quantify it. And then here's a close-up. Here's a male with a female in a nest. They're beautiful fish. And then we can actually reconstruct the behavior of these animals from these videos in the field. And do all kinds of things where we can calculate the kinematics, we can infer behavioral displays, and we can calculate social network metrics. So we can do a lot with that data. I don't have time to go into all of that. We can also catch these fish. This we do in collaboration with a colleague of mine at Texas State University just down the road from us, Tim Bonner. And here's a photo of one of these fish with a tag. As you can see here, we can individually tag them, and then we can track them throughout the season and over years, because they are about 8 or 9 years old before they die, what they actually do. And we went now further, and we went to 5 particular sites for starters. I didn't have money to do more than that for now. And then basically sequence these animals from these 5 different sites to look at their hypothalamic transcriptomes at a single cell resolution. We can infer the population structure from this kind of data, but this is what that looks like. This is what in the US we also refer to as eye candy. This is something that is nice to look at. These are basically 100,000 cells that we've isolated, and their transcriptomes statistically clustered by similarity. This is called a UMAP. And we can identify all kinds of different cell types using marker gene expression that is common across all vertebrates, whether it's humans or fish or birds or reptiles, what have you. And then we can look at the inventories of these cells in these animals, and we find across sites and across individuals there are very, very similar cell types, which we would expect. But we can look more closely and then look at these homeostatic cell types, for example, that work on osmoregulation or stress response, or important for reproduction or energy balance and so on, or behavior. And we can identify particular genes, marker genes, that basically are relevant or expressed in that particular cell that does that job. So we get a molecular signature of every single cell that is related to a particular physiological function. And then we can compare this activity across individuals and across sites and across years and across seasons. Again, we reduce the dimensionality of the data because we're talking about millions and millions and millions of data points using multivariate statistics. And then we identify these subtypes. Here they are mapped onto this UMAP that I just showed you earlier. And what we find is that there are particular gene expression modules or networks that are associated with particular physiological functions. This is shown in this what is called a dot plot, where, for example, this particular gene expression module is most highly expressed in cells that are important for reproduction. Or this one here is expressed mostly in cells that are important for thermosensation and dealing with temperature changes. So this is pretty cool. This we can do in the computer. But what does any of this tell us about environmental variability? Well, this is now where we come back to all the data that we've collected from remote sensing and from monitoring stations over the last 45 years. And what we find is that particular gene co-expression networks are associated with variability in the environment in relation to reproductive function or thermosensation or osmoregulation. And here are some examples that are shown here in this heat map where, for example, here we have thermosensory cells, and these gene co-expression networks, they have color names, it doesn't matter, it's arbitrary, are particularly highly expressed in thermosensory neurons, and they may actually co-vary with different environmental parameters like oxygen content in the water or pH, maximum temperature or minimum temperature, either over decades, the variability that is over decades, or seasonal variability. And we find examples for both. So this just gives you a snapshot of the kinds of things that we can do where we can actually identify the molecular basis of responses and resilience to environmental variability. So these fish inhabit highly variable environments across Texas. Single-cell RNA-seq can uncover these homeostatic transcriptional programs that regulate reproduction, energy homeostasis, timekeeping, stress response, temperature sensing, osmoregulation, and so on. And these programs, these transcriptional programs, they correlate with environmental variables across time, decades, seasons, or real time. We're currently expanding this to more sites across Texas. For that, I have to rob a bank because I need more money. And there was a joke. And then we also are interested in understanding the evolution of these cell types across vertebrates. So we are not limited to these fish. And in the future, we want to do common garden experiments in the laboratory to get at the causality of these relationships. Well, that's all nice and good, but again, why don't we do this with aquaculture species in Tanzania? It's totally possible. With any species, we can do this with any species, whether it's a plant, whether it's an animal. And with that, I'm going to close. I thank you for your attention, and I would be happy to answer questions. Thank you very much. Everybody wants to have a break.
Other questions? Thank you, Dr. Hans. It's a fascinating presentation. And now you have millions of data points over many years, and you show us heat maps and new maps on those things. Now, using AI tools, can you use the same data sets, data points, and try to get more insight other than this?
Yes.
And maybe you are already trying that.
Yes.
And also,
my
second question is, to apply this similar technology, methodology in Tanzania, like for tilapia, how much time frame and money are we talking about? Like $2 million over 4 years, something like that?
That's also a good question. So yes, we're using AI tools, large language models, to basically use all the publicly available data on hypothalamic single-cell gene expression. There are quite a few data sets. We've identified data from 15 different species to get at the basic common patterns of gene expressions of these particular cell type across vertebrate species. We're talking about vertebrate species at this point. And then from there, to basically, after the model has learned these relationships, then to make predictions that we can test with the data in our fish. So yes, this is ongoing work. That's why I didn't show you that. So we're trying to come up with some sort of a foundation model, if you will, of hypothalamic function. We'll see how well that goes. And about the cost, So in terms of the time cost, the time frame, we can do this today, right? We just have to design the experiment, and collecting these samples is not difficult. And the technology is very mature. The trick is, I think, to generate the money to run these samples, because single-cell RNA-seq is not cheap at this point. But it is getting cheaper because there are new platforms available and there's more competition in the market. And whenever there is competition, price goes down. So I think, but I like your question for another reason, and I think this is an opportunity for Tanzania to actually build capacity, right? But what is really important to understand is it's not enough to just bring in a liquid handling robot or an Illumina sequencing machine. You also have to establish the expertise, right? You need some people who are trained to process these samples, to make the sequencing libraries, and then are trained to do the analysis, the computational and bioinformatics analyses. And there's certainly enough brain power in this room to do that, but it's important not just to build...
In the deeper part, like in Lake Tanganyika, where the cyclists are more deeper, if this technology can be used to go that much deep. I don't know how far they go. Thank you.
This is also a very good question. So what we have done so far is he would be a good person to talk about this. And he has also done research in Lake Tanganyika, so he mostly works on cichlids from Lake Tanganyika. So yeah, I think it's only a question of time that we can do this at any depth, basically. Very good question. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a comment and also a question. I'm Amelia Burio from the University of Dar es Salaam Botany Department. My first comment is on the capacity building that you have said. Yesterday I was looking at the presentation for Lake Victoria, the kind of geological studies and the cyclics and the fossil records and all the things. But when I looked at the team, the research team, all the students, all the experts were all foreigners.
Yes.
And I could not see any Tanzanian. And in the ongoing projects, I could see only Dr. Kishe. And now you have said about the capacity building. In terms of the collaboration, I would love to request much of the capacity building in those areas which are critical for us to understand it, to study, to monitor, and govern our resources, our natural resources. So that is my comment. On the question is on what you have been presenting today. We have the mentality of bringing new species from wherever for aquaculture and for other, even in agriculture and terrestrial agriculture, believing on their good performance. But if you look at what you have been presenting today, I am convinced that our native species maybe could do better across these variability and change due to climatic change. Okay? So for me, I think maybe nature solutions, like using our natural, our native species and developing them to the point that they can do better, they can perform better, is good. But then I want you to comment on that, based on what you have presented. And for us, maybe devoting much time and investment on developing the native species in our aquaculture and other agriculture, etc. Can you maybe explain on that based on what you have been presenting today? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for both the comment and the question. I'm going to answer the question first as best I can. I agree, and this is actually the reason why I looked up flatfish species off the coast of Tanzania. There are 11 native species, but they basically play no role in the fisheries. The other thing I found out is that there's not much of a sports fishing industry, but there are a lot of people with money who would love to come here and do sports fishing because they go to all kinds of other places. And sports fishing is an interesting industry because it usually doesn't deplete the stock as much, right, like industrialized fisheries, but it brings in significant amount of money. So that's something potentially to consider with these native flatfish species, which are, by the way, very tasty. And so it's just one idea because, you know, the southern flounder in Texas is largely, there is not much of an industrial fisheries, but it's really important for sports fishermen. And they have a lobby, they have a voice, and that is the reason why Texas State's Parks and Wildlife Department has these huge hatcheries, because they have political influence. So there are many other native species here. I mean, the biodiversity, as we learned, is spectacular here. That probably could be developed into you know, food or sports or whatever species that could generate revenue and feed people, as it were. So I agree with you, and I think one would have to sit down and look at what those species are. As far as your commenting is concerned in terms of capacity building, I'm certainly fully aware that a lot of people come in from Europe or from North America or from Asia, and they do research here, and then, you know, they do all kinds of interesting things, and then they leave, and they don't really build capacity, they don't really involve local researchers and so on. I've never been very interested in that, but when it comes to capacity building, what I'm talking about, where Tanzanians can actually do not depend on somebody else to run these samples and generate the data. They do not depend on somebody else to analyze the data for them. You can build that capacity here, but it means having an awareness by the decision makers that it's not just the machines, the equipment, but that you actually have to train people. And you have to train people who are passionate about the questions that you can ask and stay current with the literature, and because the technology moves so fast, so they don't get outdated, because within 5 years everything is out of date. So and I have quite a bit of experience with building these kinds of facilities, and from everything I've seen here, there is no reason why this could not be done here with some sort of startup, you know, fund. And the people are certainly here who can learn these kinds of things. There's no question about it. So yeah, you don't get any disagreement from me on that. Yeah, I hope that answers your point. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, there's another question.
Yeah, thank you for a good presentation. And actually, we get a lot of information. My name is Melchizedek Koji. I'm from the Ministry of Livestock and Fisheries. One of my questions has already been answered. As you talked about, you are studying within the Texas. If I get you well, is that Texas has got different conditions and fear. Now, the one that maybe really is the same as Tanzania, do we have that change of color of the fish as you told us? Where and how can we replicate your research in our environment, especially in Tanzania? Thank you.
So yeah, Texas is largely subtropical and goes from very humid to desert-like. Tanzania is obviously tropical, but also Texas has about 16 different recognized ecoregions. It has very high biodiversity, given that it is not in the tropics. I looked this up the other day. Tanzania has about 1,000 native bird species. Texas has about 500. Which for being on the northern part of the planet is a huge amount. So there are some parallels here, but there are also important differences. But I think the point that I was trying to make is that the work that I've shown you, whether it's in the flatfish or whether it is in the freshwater fish, you can do on any species you want, anywhere on the planet, right? And the reason is that we are taking advantage of the common language of genes. You know, as you all know, the triplet code is universal across life on this planet. And so we can identify any gene in any species, we can measure its activity in any tissue and any cell at any time. All we need is to define which species do we want to work on, and what is the experimental context or the applied context, like aquaculture context, that we want to investigate. So we have to set priorities. What are the important research questions? That is your job. That, you know, I cannot do that for you, but I can obviously, you know, give you my opinion on it. But you know best what the important research questions are here in this country. But then in terms of applying this technology, there is really no limitation. I think that is really important to understand, that you can do this on any species, any time of the day, any month of the year. Does that answer your question? Thank you. All right.
All right. So
thank you.
We are running out of time. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm round of applause to Professor Alfred.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So let's also put our hands together for the moderator. I am not sure if my moderators are doing just with my time, but I will pray for them. Distinguished delegates, we're moving on to a very interesting session that will also include a panel session with experts coming to speak before us onto what will be presented. I am honored now to bring onto the podium to invite the speaker as well as introduce the panelists. The moderator for the session is Dr. Flora Ismail. Dr. Flora, karibu sana. Let's give her a round of applause. Karibu sana. Sometimes it's good for a change. It's been male-dominated morning session. So it's good. It's nice now to hear a different voice. Dr. Mary is coming to moderate a session on the contribution of scientific research in the implementation of Vision 2050 and research funding. Dr. Mary, karibu, you have the floor. Sorry. Dr. Flora.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So, as you've heard, my name's Flora Ismail Tibazarwa. I am retired, but not tired. I will ask everyone to stand up. I think we've had two interesting, exciting sessions, but maybe our limbs need a little bit of energy. So if 2 seconds, everybody stand up. And as long as your name is, write it with your body, okay? My name is Flora, so I'm going to go with the shortest version because Tibazarwa is too long. Just write your name with your body as so. You're in trouble. More letters? Should have taken a video of that to see who has an extremely long name like myself. Okay, sit down. I am extremely honored and delighted to be with you here this morning. And I know we're exactly almost 1 hour over the set time for the program, and we'll try to get through this, but I want to do the speakers who have prepared justice. Our keynote or main speaker is Professor Hamisi Malebo. I'm going to call him up in a minute, but just to give you a few words about him. I know you have his accolades. He's the Executive Secretary of UNESCO, Country Office Tanzania, but if you have interacted with him, you know that he's a man who navigates both academia, leadership, policy, and public service without dropping a beat, okay? He has a sense of humor, and his passion for science, technology, and innovation really is catching. It affects you when you're in his space. He's the kind of person who can move comfortably from a very serious policy discussion to a very engaging conversation, making complicated ideas, which I think he's going to do for us today, feel surprisingly easy to understand. His work is driven by a simple but powerful belief that knowledge should not sit quietly on a bookshelf, but it should improve lives. And he lives that by example. So he'll show you that. In his role, behind his official title as Executive Secretary and the impressive credentials that are listed there, is a lifelong learner who understands that leadership is not just about having answers, but sometimes asking the right question. And in most cases, over a cup of tea, so in a very comfortable situation. For leaders and partners, he's beyond not just the executive secretary. He connects people with ideas. He's a champion of learning and someone who reminds us every day that development is ultimately about people, not just the policies, not just the programs or the paperwork. So if you ever find yourself in a conversation with Professor Malebo, like we are here today, do come prepared, because you might come expecting a meeting and leave with an idea, a fresh perspective, and perhaps some homework. Professor Malebo, lifelong learner and an advocate for knowledge into action. Karibu sana.
Good morning. It is my singular honor and pleasure to stand before you to present.
Okay, I'm going to be that annoying moderator who sort of innovates as I go along. I'm always pivoting.
Thank you very much. I'm honored to stand before you to present this important policy topic. I'm from the basic scientific background, but I will try to navigate in this important topic. Now? Yeah, thank you very much. This is just an outline of the topics I will try to cover in the next few minutes. I will start with the introduction to the Vision 2050 or DIRA 2050. The goal of the vision. This is just a national strategic plan to transform the country into a competitive, sustainable, and industrialized upper middle income economy with a USD 1 trillion GDP. Very ambitious. You know where we are standing at the moment. The S1 trillion economy targets a nominal GDP increase from a baseline of roughly USD 87 to 97 billion and moving in the next 25 years to reach the target of USD 1 trillion by 2050. It means we are improving our economy by almost 50% of the current baseline yearly, progressively for the next 25 years to reach the target. Very ambitious. We need to pull up our socks. We need to move aggressively. Otherwise, this is a very ambitious target for our nation, but it is possible. The income growth. We aim to raise our GDP per capita from roughly US dollars 1,300 to over US dollars 7,000 per capita. The core pillars of the DIRA is the human capital, modern infrastructure, and the value addition. These three pillars have been identified that they are able to take us to reach the target. But the link, science and technology, serve as the primary engine for these long-term goals. The secret to reach the target is the investment in science and technology. The context and the strategic objectives of the vision. We understand that we are now making a transition from the Vision 2025 by building on the past progress that has raised the economy of our country into lower middle income status. The new plan is to shift the focus so that to transform further to a higher level of a middle income. How can we get there? The major secret is value addition. If we can shift from raw commodity exporting, like minerals and crops, including fisheries, to domestic processing and manufacturing, and exporting finished goods. Again, this is an ambitious target. We need to start strongly and very serious. If we can do that, the GDP contribution, we need to raise the manufacturing sector's contribution to GDP from the current 8.3, which is our baseline, to significantly higher target of up to 20% or more by 2050. Manufacturing is still at an infancy stage in Tanzania, and we need to leapfrog to leverage and reach at least 20% from 80.3. Again, this is also an ambitious target, and we need to be very serious and invest accordingly. Now, the core enablers and the strategic drivers which can take us to the target. We have the advantage of integrated logistics. We can leverage on our geographical advantage. We have the port, the rail, and the digitized trade systems. To us, this is one of the economic pillars which we can use to leverage to reach the target. The second is on energy. If we have reliable, clean, and affordable power network, this can support industrial expansion and 100% electricity access to all households and small and medium scale projects in the country. The third pillar is the use of science and technology to accelerate productivity via disruptive technologies like AI and broader innovation ecosystems. Another aspect is research and development. If we can scale up national innovation investments towards at least 1% of GDP through university industry partnerships. And digital transformation. If we can expand digital literacy, secure national identity systems, and e-government efficiency. So this is on the core enablers and strategic drivers for the pillars which can help to take us to the 1 trillion GDP. But why logistics is Tanzania's most powerful wealth engine under Vision 2050, but is still underexplored. So we need to focus better, to take advantage of the port also. Now, the role of scientific research in Vision 2050. The role of science is to transform knowledge into products. Is our science transforming the knowledge we have into products? Or we are converting the knowledge we have into publications, theses, and put them on shelves? Are we converting our knowledge to generate income to ourselves and to our nation? So this is the first part, turning laboratory discoveries and the patent registrations into practical market goods and community services. This is the first and most important step for the use of scientific research to attain the Vision 2050. Agricultural modernization. Research should help to scale up agricultural mechanization, to reduce post-harvest losses, and to increase overall productivity to support industrialization. We are still depending on poor agricultural practices, low yield, poor cultivation practices, and we need also to change in this aspect in order to reach the Vision 2050. Another aspect is knowledge, is energy and infrastructure solutions. Scientific studies should guide the expansion of renewable energy, grid efficiency, and the per capita energy consumption needed for a manufacturing-heavy economy. Human capital and skills alignment. The government at the moment is aligning curricula and funding to professional development of educators to ensure that graduates, they possess the high-tech and digital economy competencies needed to take the country to the next level. There is the issue of mineral beneficiation. We need to optimize local processing for critical minerals like graphite, lithium, and rare earth metals. When it comes to research funding and industrial development, we understand that Tanzania Development Vision, or DIRA 2050, positions research funding, science, and technology as fundamental engines to transform the nation into a USD 1 trillion knowledge-based upper middle income. But funding targets. National strategies aim to scale up research and development investment commitments towards the 1% of GDP. We have not yet reached there, but we need to get there soon to support the Vision 2050. The issue of public-private partnerships to leverage private capital and blend financing to co-finance technological hubs and industrial parks. There is the university-industry collaboration. DERA 2050 stresses bridging the gap between laboratories and industrial parks to support the technology transfer and homegrown innovation. And on this aspect also, we have the so-called economic diplomacy to secure international technical cooperation and specialized funding from global partners, for example, in agriculture, in digital skills, and health research. Driving industrial development through research and development. We touched about value addition. We needed to shift away from raw commodity exports and prioritize domestic manufacturing. We needed to leverage on science and technology. Here we needed to foster innovation in IT, artificial intelligence, and other technologies for supporting a country's development. We need also to strengthen on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and human capital development, and also sector-specific research. We need to direct the R&D towards 100% agricultural mechanization, climate-resilient agribusiness, renewable energy transitions, and sustainable mining practices. And when it comes to the field of fisheries, Tanzania Development Vision 2030 targets raising the fisheries sector's contribution to GDP from 2.2% at the moment, very low, to at least 9.80% in 2050. How can we get there? Increase the overall economic output of marine and freshwater resources to build the 1 trillion national economy. Another aspect on value addition, to move from exporting raw fish products by establishing domestic processing and manufacturing industries, and also deep sea capacity. Our deep sea capacity is still very low, but we need to improve it in order to take advantage of the DERA 2050. Current challenges, these are the commons. I will go quickly here. Low budget, we know, weak R&D institution, industry to institution, industry and industry academia linkages, heavy reliance on donors, and inadequate research infrastructure. Strategies for sustainable funding, public-private partnerships, it needs to be strengthened. National Research Fund already exists, needs to be strengthened. Venture capital and innovation hubs, and international collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, here, this is my last 2 slides. I will put on policy recommendations and action plan. The government should facilitate increase in investment to target a higher percentage of GDP for national research and development. Tax incentives. The government should give tax breaks to industries that invest in local research partnerships. Curriculum alignment. The government should focus higher education on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics fields critical for industrialization, like what the other countries they are doing. Reduce nanotechnology degrees, monitoring and evaluation, track the commercial success of funded projects. Conclusion, the government's ambition to reach the USD 1 trillion economy and upper middle income status under the Vision 2025 depends heavily on bridging the gap between scientific research and the real economy. There is a big gap in between, and the key takeaway, Tanzania Vision 2050 is unachievable without robust scientific research. Knowledge-based economy, reaching a higher income status, required transitioning from resource and agriculture-dependent framework to an industrialized, technology-driven market. Better coordination is needed. Research institutions often duplicate efforts due to weak cross-sector communication and unaligned national priorities. And the final thought, strategic funding is needed to bridge the gap between the laboratory ideas and industrial factories. And call for action. The government should focus targeted investment in research and development for impact today to secure a prosperous industrial future that will enable achieving the DIRA 2050. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor. And he took just 1 extra minute, so I'm going to give him a personal clap for that and ask you to please sit and join the panelists. And then I'll call the other panelists up. Dr. Zakaria, is he in the room? Karibu sana. Dr. Kimere, please, as they come up, share with me. Madam Teikwa, is she in the room? She's not in. Who? Dr. Madala, please join us if you're in. And who's coming into Dr. Ngatu? Okay. Okay, so this is going to be a male panel with a female moderator. So forgive me if the questions become a little difficult for them. Do they have an? Okay, let's do that. If they can, the two of them can share that mic. Thank you so much. Oh, chivalry is not dead. Thank you. So, for our panel, I've got a couple of questions, and thank you very much, Professor Malebo, for outlining the DIRA 2050, because that gives us a framework of what we'll be discussing on this panel. I want us to zone in really to the fisheries sector and research innovation, okay? Because as we've heard from previous speakers, it's not just about how much are we producing. I think Tanzania has moved from that. Production is not necessarily the main issue. It's how do we convert that into money in the pockets of every single Tanzanian. So I'll start with a question, and starting with Dr. Kimere at the end. Okay, what role is the fishery sector, from a research perspective, transforming Tanzania into sustainable, higher value contributions, and what are the research goals for 2050?
Okay. Can you come again? You said what?
Okay, let me simplify the question.
Okay.
We're doing research in Tafiri. We know DIRA 2050. What are our specific goals that are going to get us, not just in terms of research outputs, but research that has touched on the lives of Tanzanians?
Thank you. First, I think I need to acknowledge the government's commitment to allocate said more than 1% of the GDP towards research and development. At the level of TAFIRI, I should also let you know that we are almost finalizing almost 15 years strategic plan. We have moved from a 5-year plan to a 15 years plan, and with a keen interest in converting whatever research we have conducted, what we want to conduct, into products. So we are moving from we're moving from basic reliance on basic research into applied, but with innovations that will bring more jobs, bring more food, and actually help the sector, the fisheries and blue economy sectors, to producing jobs and producing enough to contribute towards 2050, the DIRA 2050.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Now I'm going to let's up the level a little bit and go to Zafiri. And with Zafiri, Daktari, can you please give us with examples, okay, how, because Zanzibar has been fortunate in that they've had their blue economy policy and strategy in place a little longer than the mainland. And so it would be interesting for us to understand how does that really made a difference and what is Zafiri's contribution towards that?
Thank you very much for that big question. It's true that, of course, Zanzibar, we are ahead of this agenda of blue economy than our counterpart in Tanzania. However, we kind of synchronize it now so we can actually move together. Zafiri, as it is the counterpart Tafiri, of course, our main role, we are the science part of the blue economy. So we are to actually inform the sectors within the policy, especially fisheries and agriculture in Zanzibar. So we have been doing a lot of research, data generation, knowledge generation, as well as, of course, try to, like my colleagues or my twin said, turning those knowledge into a product where we can be able to improve and promote our blue economy in Zanzibar. So the agenda has been there for a long time now, over 5 years already, and have seen changes that are actually informed from the science and data. For example, of course, as a center to blue economy, we need to conserve the marine space. So the marine space is highly now conserved, and we have been developing multiple funding instruments to make sure that the conservation of marine area in Zanzibar is improving. Apart from that, of course, it's a fisheries issue. Try to do research to inform the sectors on how we can manage our fishery resource, especially trying to develop and help the livelihood of fisheries and coastal community in Zanzibar. So as a central science entity within that blue economy agenda, Zafiri, we have been trying to do a lot to make sure that the agenda is pushing forward and actually the vision is realized in there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zakaria. I'll move back to you, Professor, and I'm going to ask you a question that whilst you were making your presentation, you touched on the 1%, and Dr. Kimere has also said 1%. And I'm just asking myself, and maybe a disclaimer here, I used to work with the Tanzania Commission for Science and Technology, and one of my responsibilities was to gauge the 1%, and I failed. So I just want to ask for my counterparts, because they've said it loudly and boldly, where are we with this 1%? How much of it is Tanzania? Are we closer to the 1%? Have we exceeded the 1%? Are we less than that? And what do we need to actually attain the 1% contribution to R&D? Karibu, Prof.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is an interesting question to all of us because we are the beneficiaries of the 1% of the GDP. We are still far away from attaining it in Tanzania. And the investment, I don't know even we have reached even to 0.5% of the GDP allocated by the government into R&D. This is among of the reasons we needed to advise the government to consider this aspect. Otherwise, this aspect will be a speedy governor, a roadblock to attaining the DIRA 2050. If we don't invest seriously in R&D and attain the 1% of the GDP, the interpretation is that the economy won't move fast as it is expected, because it depends on R&D. And if R&D is sluggish, then the economy will be sluggish and we won't reach the target. I will give you a simple example. I used to work on one of marine wastes from crabs and prawns. I used to convert the waste into chitosan. And the chitosan is among of the products which are needed all over the world. If you can supply chitosan, then you can sell to pharmaceutical companies, to food industries. And we managed to make it in a small scale in the laboratory. But that technology needs to move to SME and to manufacturing industries. Then you are seeing that in Tanzania we have a missing link. We have laboratory research, we don't have SMEs and immediate factories which can pick up findings from laboratories and scale them up and reach the large segment of the economy. Look at the fish scales we are wasting from Lake Victoria, from the ocean, but the fish scales are the source of gelatins needed by pharmaceutical companies all over the world. Then in laboratories, we are doing small scale research, but these small scale research are not picked up by SMEs and manufacturing factories. Then we are at an infancy stage. But the biggest challenge is research funding. If we can improve research funding, improve the research infrastructure, then we can stimulate the movement of technology from laboratories to SMEs to manufacturing factories. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think just to share a little bit, when I was still at COSTECH, I think one of the biggest challenges we found when we needed to move research from the laboratories, as you correctly pointed out, into manufacturing was the fact that we do not have tech stations, we do not have batch production facilities, small batch production facilities where one can do market validation and really test out their product before the larger community can access it. So I'm going to move with this thought to my colleague from the ministry and see if you can share with us what are the policy interventions that can be made. And please introduce yourself as you come onto the panel. Did you hear the question?
Sort of.
Sort of, okay. So you will sort of answer then. And I'll leave it at that, okay? What are the policy interventions that we can make to make the innovation pathway from research to the market a little easier? Because we have identified where there are gaps in this innovation pathway. We do good research. Some of it goes into publication, maybe too much. We are not seeing this really translate. And one of the things, and I just shared when I was in COSTECH, that we found researchers come with good products, they've tested them in the lab, they don't have a place beyond the university vocational training lab to do some batch testing where they can then come to the market. And of course, there's regulation, there's policy that needs to support that, and I just want to understand from the ministry perspective, how do we make that feasible? Or what policies do we already have in place that we're probably not taking advantage of?
Thank you so much. My apologies for coming late. My name is Anazael Madala, Director of Aquaculture in the Ministry of Livestock and Fisheries. Yes, we all understand and appreciate that research is an important element of driving our value chains, our sectors. And I think inherently, and not only unique to aquaculture, there's been not so smooth flow of research to the industry. And I think this is why globally we have what they call a triple helix model, which this is a model which brings together research stroke academia, and then you have the industry and the government. So government is basically to facilitate that movement. First of all, to facilitate what is happening in the research institutions. So here, at the ministry level, we do set agenda. We do set a research agenda of what we see would be important or necessary to be done within a span of 5 years. I think at the moment we are in the process of reviewing our research agenda. So that one aspect. But the other aspect is to now facilitate that transfer. If I start at the ministry level, we have our directorate, which is called Research, Training and Extension. As it says, you already see that apart from the policy, but we also have institution of FROMEC to serve as a conduit of findings from the research to the industry, to the end users. So this Research, Training and Extension Directorate forms a link with universities, research institutions to transfer that knowledge. Of course, it's not enough. It's more on the coordination function. So one of the areas which is important is for these research institutions and academic institutions to have technology transfer units or offices. I believe this is something which is very important. It's not a policy. It's not really a policy issue. It's more of an operational issue that each and every institution should have a technology transfer office to be able to facilitate that transfer of knowledge. The other thing is the industry being receptive to the research findings. And one of the important aspects to that is to make sure that research which is done reflects the need and the demands of the industry. So partly this is why we do prepare a research agenda, but we also encourage industry to effectively also participate. Though that it depends with the level of development of the industry. Maybe here, if I would ask how many people are from the industry here, if you can raise your hands. I mean, those who are doing actual production, the fish farmers. So you just see you have like 1, 2, 3 out of?
Enough. Speaks a lot,
Yes.
volumes.
So, but again, in this aspect, we are pushing these farmers, again from the government side, to grow their scale. Usually when the scale grows, they start facing challenges, which calls for improving productivity, improving ever post-harvest, diseases and everything. So like the two which you have seen, they are raising their hands. We provided them with soft loans to grow their businesses. Yeah, Tanlapia, we had engagement with the bank, so they were able to get a loan from a commercial bank. So to sum up, that in terms of government, those are the functions which are being done, but we need, it's not enough. We need to keep on increasing the efforts within the different nodes, and this also calls for partnership with the different stakeholders, development partners, financial institutions, and I believe that we can be able to bring the transformation, and our transformation is deeply enshrined on how science and technology can help to solve the challenges of today and challenges of the future in order to be able to increase productivity and build the resilience of the industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to go a little bit back in history, okay, and ask Dr. Budebe, in your capacity as DG for TAFIRI, you are also at the ministry leading policy, so you have seen the transformation and been part of the transformation that is being spoken about on this panel. You see the blue economy policies coming into place, both from Zanzibar and from the mainland. You see the interventions that the ministry is making, and you've heard from our partner in UNESCO what we should be doing in terms of DIRA 2050. If you were to be put back in office today with all the wealth of experience that you have had over the years, and now just observing how the vijana wanacheza wanapambana, what would you tell them to do to turn that so that it happens much faster than maybe what we're anticipating?
Thank you very much. I'm privileged to be in this room to share my experience. What I know is that we need research. We need research because no research, no development. Being a former DG and former PS, I have noticed that the capacity in TAFIRI has been built. The collaboration has been strengthened because the research is expensive and we cannot do research alone. Therefore, I really commend for the good job that TAFIRI is doing, this kind of research, because when we look at DIRA 2050, now they're making the economy $1 trillion economy with a GDP of 7,000 US. And for, as he said, Madala said that we as the ministry, they have a strategic plan. But on the fisheries, we have the fisheries master plan, where we are intending to transform the economy, because the contribution of fisheries now is 1.7%. By 2050, we are planning to have to go to between 7 to 10%. So this can be done only when we use fisheries research, fisheries science, because we need to manage our fisheries based on science. Therefore, we need to research, and we are really encouraged to see that young people, the young scientists are coming up, the number of PhDs are increasing in TAFIRI. So I really appreciate that the government is doing a lot. And also, we know that we have money at the ministry, contributing for research, but the issue of 1%, we have that discussion before, and we see that things are coming up. But the government is doing a lot of support to research, but also TAFIRI researchers are encouraged to write research proposal to attract more research. And when we make research findings, we created a policy brief to our government to advise how to make use of research findings to convert research into products. And I thank God that this collaboration between TAFIRI and other stakeholders, universities, international donors, also private sector, is a good move that we should get money to do research, because the research is expensive, and you cannot spend money from the government and to do research. Therefore, research has to be done collaboratively from other donors. So I'm really appreciating and thank the government that Tafiri is doing a good job, because the scientists are coming up and the new ideas. When you see the biology, when you see the satellites, so everything is coming to create knowledge for the management of the fisheries. We want to manage fisheries based on science. Therefore, we need the science to give us the guidance how to manage our fisheries resources.
Thank you very much. I think that's a very enlightening approach to what we should be looking at, coming from the wisdom of the ex-DG of Tafiri. I'm going to open up to the floor. If we want to have 1 or 2, 3 clarifications, please raise your hand before I come back to the panelists for another round of questions. Oh, there's a lot of hands. I don't know who's going to help me coordinate who started first. I'm going to be selfish because I'm sitting here alone as a woman. I'm going to start with the women, okay? So you start, and when you stand up, please, if of the women, please just raise your hands again. I thought I saw 3 hands. 1, 2, 3, okay. And then we'll have the 3 ladies first, and then we'll come with you, Daktari, and then at the back there, we only have one person moderating, holding the microphone. Okay, let's have those 4 first, the 3 ladies and Daktari in the front here, and then we'll do the next round of from the audience, okay? And if you want your questions answered, please make them very short so that say who exactly you're directing your question to so it goes quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. My question goes direct to the Zafir director. Thank you for this opportunity. I know that seaweed farming is the 3rd pillar in the economic pillars of Zanzibar currently. In the future, I don't know, but currently. And I know that the sector or a subsector is being upheld by women by 80 to 90%. And these women, primarily, they have basic education, and most of them with informal education. So we have been talking about the knowledge economy. Knowledge economy. I'm wondering if there is any kind of strategic plan for raising up the education of this group, which is sustaining the 3rd pillar of the economy of Zanzibar. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question. There was a lady down here. I think she was first. My apologies for pointing. And then there's a lady over there.
Good morning, everyone. My question goes to Professor Malebo. One of the strategic drivers to raise the GDP per capita is to invest in science and technology. So my question was, what is being done to help people, especially in the rural areas, to cope up with the day-to-day changes in science and technology, given that these are the main co-producers of raw materials? Thank you.
Thank you. Then there was the lady over here with the green shawl. Very quickly, and then Daktari. Keep your hand up for the next round, okay? Let them answer these first 4, and then we'll come back to you.
Thank you. My name is Monami Saleh. Yeah, my question actually is directed to Professor Malebo concerning the presentation of the dealer. The issue of on the pillars and the drivers, the issue of governance is missing. So how is the government prepared to ensure that every single coin committed for science and technology and turning that research to product really achieve the intended outcome? Thank you.
Thank you. Naomba hapa mbele kwa daktari, and then we'll come back to you. You'll come back in the second round so that we still have female voices, if that's okay. Hi.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Johnson Grayson Mshana, working with the Wildlife Conservation Society. My question goes to Dr. Ismail Kimire. My question is on the sustainability issues of the funding for research and development related activities. Now my question is, do you think the funding you are receiving at this moment is enough for whatever you want it to do? And if not, do you think it's the right time for TAFIRI to move from the current system of funding mechanism and then move to a so-called commercialization research?
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm going to ask the panelists, those who have questions directed to them. We'll start with Dr. Zakaria. The question was on the knowledge base of the women who currently are the larger population in the seaweed sector.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Professor Burio, for the question. And I know, you are very keen to understand how do we deal with those women, because you have been dealing with them for a long time. To speak the least, is that seaweed is a priority to Zanzibar, and of course, we all know that Zanzibar is the third producer of seaweed in the world, though our share is only 0.4%. So it's very minimal. So we are trying to push that so we can be able to produce a lot, because now, as the government doing some interventions to actually do the validations in terms of installing the industries for processing the seaweed and others. However, though, of course, we do have this bigger group of women who are actually, like you mentioned, 80 to 90%, producing the seaweed in those rural areas of coastal communities. Well, it's true, of course, their knowledge is quite limited, and therefore we have quite a number of strategies that we are trying to help them, to actually improve their knowledge in how they can farm the seaweed very well, but also how they can communicate and connect to the market in terms of seaweed. To give an example, we had a very good support from the so-called Good Neighbors Tanzania. This is a Korean NGO, I think. Which we had a very good program at which we were able to, train these women on how to do the nursery for their seaweed, how to do a double loop method, which actually you know it very well, how to make sure that the seaweed is drying very well in terms of cleaning it and not selling the seaweed which is so dirty. So yeah, we are trying to make that strategy to make sure that, of course, their knowledge in terms of the sector they're dealing to is improving. However, these are the women, and the average age of these women is like 55 years and above. So we're now trying to encourage even youth to come in the sector, because it's very easy to train and educate a youth, in terms of these emerging technologies, rather than the women who we have in Zanzibar dealing with the seaweed of an age of 60 to 70 years old. So yeah, but we are trying to make sure that we engage them, so they are given this education so they can improve their production, because we need to produce a lot in terms of seaweed in Zanzibar. Our share is very small, and the emerging industries now we are installing in Zanzibar, they are needing more seaweed than we are producing. For example, the Chamanangwa industry, which has been the story, but now is coming up because currently the machines are installed in the industry there. It needs about 30,000 tons per year of the seaweed. Yeah, and our production so far now is only 19,000 tons per year. So we have a bigger gap. And those kind of industries are now emerging a lot, because in the coming year, we are expecting to have like more than 3 industries in Zanzibar for seed processing. So we need to produce a lot, and to be able to do so, of course, we have to educate these farmers, so they can be able to produce a lot of the seaweed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I'm going to ask my panelists also to keep them brief, because we still see we have a sea of hands. People want to ask us a few more questions. So Dr. Malebo, you had 2 questions addressed to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I will start with the first question, which is about people in the villages. They are not being left out in science and technology. Why? looking at the framework of our government, already there is quite a number of extension services targeting people in the villages, in agriculture, in forestry, in animal husbandry. There is a lot of community-based training which is going on. So our people in the villages are being informed of the development in science and technology, and at the moment, you will see the big work which has been done by our president, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan. She has taken secondary schools down to ward and village levels. Every year, there is quite a number of graduates at the village level who are not who are not part of the urban system, but they are part of the village system, and they are informed. So when it comes to knowledge, to begin with, Tanzania, we are at the right footing for knowledge economy because we have informed people from the village level to the national level. And when it comes to the governance, I skipped that component, but with the DIRA 2050, governance is well outlined in the document, and I could not repeat it, but it is there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Kimere?
Thank you, Mshana. On research funding sustainability, actually we had wished to inaugurate our strategic plan during this conference. Unfortunately, we couldn't finalize beforehand. But once you see the strategic plan, you will see that we are moving from the free lunch research to a research that is advancing towards commercialization. I will cite a few examples of what we are doing, which could bring in cash to make sure that the research continues unabated. One, currently we are on a small scale looking at atemia as a product that we can partner with the industry in large quantity production so that they can also plow back the money into Tafiri to fund research. I saw one hand from that side. I think Mr. Musiangi, he's from the Fish Farmers Association. We are currently working with them to develop a kind of a collaboration where our research will be taken up, and of course, I am sure once we finish this, they will also be working in a symbiotic relationship to make sure that the research we provide to them actually brings in cash in our coffers. We are working with someone on IoT, the Internet of Things, from Lake Victoria currently. That is going to be scaled up towards commercialization and bring in money, at least to make sure that we can fund science and then inform policy. You will see there is Dr. Ri in front here from Arusha. We have many upcoming collaborations on how to upscale some of our sciences that we are doing here to go into commercial avenues. And finally, research funding is quite expensive. Quite expensive. I was looking at how many percentages in other countries they are setting aside for research. And you'll see, I think Korea and one other country in the north who are setting, I think, 6.5% of their GDP towards research. the US, China, I think is 2 to 3% of the GDP into research. And I believe the government committing more than 1% is already a huge advantage for us. What I will wish to get to the ears of the policymakers at some point is that this commitment be honored. If the commitment is honored, and luckily the moderator came from COSTECH, we wish that the research funding that is, of course, COSTECH is going to be the dishing out this research through, of course, competitive proposals. But I wish they will also allocate this funding per sector, instead of just throwing it out like this is Kilimo Kwanza, and then you see all the funding going to actual crop agriculture and not to the other sectors. Asante.
Thank you. Point taken home. I think the bigger problem, and I think it's something that hasn't been spoken about, but really, why is it, when we say the 1%, you probably are aware, this 1% was committed in 1997 in Lagos by the African governments. But what we have struggled with across the continent, I think with the exception maybe of South Africa, is how do we quantify this 1%? And how do we quantify what science, technology, and innovation is actually bringing to the GDP? It may be we've exceeded it. We're not quite sure. I know there are efforts within the Ministry of Science and Education, Science and Technology to try and elaborate a monitoring and evaluation mechanism that can quantify what every quote-unquote science effort brings, so that we can say what it brings to the GDP. Because shouting out these numbers, it just becomes a ballpark figure. Let's go for the second round of questions from the audience. And now, if you see a new set of hands, there was a gentleman at the back, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, am I getting them correctly? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Him first, yes. And then there's 2 on this side, and then we have 4 on this side.
Thank you, moderator.
Please say who you're directing the question to. Make it very short, because this is going to be the closing round. Thank you.
Actually, I don't have a question, but I have a suggestion to Professor Malebo. I know he's closer to the high table. Probably he could bring this kind of information to the high table. Professor, the research funds should not be given as a free lunch. It should be taken to the commercial bank. So serious researchers should go and borrow the money, do research, and bring back the money. If we're going to do that way, probably we are going to move somewhere. Bringing the money, people going and do the other way around, and they are not accountable, will keep do the same business. That is 1. 2, I'm doing that because I'm a researcher. And I know that if we don't do that, we'll keep doing the same. And we want to get the result we are looking for. Number 2, we should focus on the domestic needs. What we are researching, what we are producing should go to the market, the domestic market. And this is the market that we are accessible with. We can produce and take the product to the market and get whatever we are getting. It's not bad to target the international market. We know the international market, it has a lot of rewards. We're getting a better price. But if you remember yesterday, we hear a presentation from one of the professors. He said that what you're producing, you don't have a voice on its price when it comes to the international market. So there is someone else in the international market make a decision of what we are producing. Under such circumstances, we always be weak. We have to hear from those big potatoes. Hey, this should be that one. We don't care what you invest or how much it costs. So those are 2 opinions that I would like you to take and send it the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, you just reminded me something. Please, when you stand up, just let us know if it's a comment. We accept comments. Then if it's a question, just make sure that we know it's a question and who it's directed to. Karibu.
Okay, thank you. My name is Pius Mtenya Makindi, the fish farmer, a youth from Mwanza. I have two questions to our panelists. One of the questions I heard, and I had many research and research presenters, but I didn't hear the one who researched if we can raise daga. And if not, why? And if the answer is why, what we can do so that we can raise daga. That is the first question. The second question, direct to Dr. Madara. First of all, before asking the question, first I appreciate the work done by the Ministry of Livestock and Fisheries. They work well and they do their work perfectly. That's why today we are here because he monitored where the loans were provided by them. As we know that you gave us the seminars, WASH, and education is simply because others we are not we don't have education about fishing, we don't have education about aquaculture, others we are teachers, and we don't have any education about concerning aquaculture, but we raise fish according to the seminars provided by the Ministry of Education. Yes. So my question is, if we can ask ourselves, if the 1 hour questions or one hour education or seminars, we are able to raise fish successfully according to our level best. What do you think if we can take youth, especially those farmers, and give that farmers educations and give them maybe we can take them to maybe Norway or China to have education.
Seeing is believing tour.
Yes, for 6 months or 1 year. What do you think he can do if education of 1 day we can raise fish according to our level best and we're proud of us? What do you think if we can have that education for 6 months? Yes.
Let's move on to the next question, please. Thank you.
Thank you. My first question will go to Professor Miss. It is easier to say dealer 2050. It is only 24 years to come. So first, with those good enablers, we should first understand what is our bottleneck to reach the dealer 2050. My first question is that we have to review our financial policies. We should differentiate between commercial financial policy and the investment policy. You can't let a farmer to borrow money to 14 to 20% while he's going to invest on cage farming or archery. So that is my first question, to review on financial policies so that we can support our dealer 2050. Now, I have my suggestions. It is true we can achieve contribution from fisheries from 2.2% to 9.8% on the GDP if we do the following. We should address I can call it just a challenge. It is not a problem because we have got researchers here. We have challenge on seed, I mean fingerlings for production or archery part. The second is feed, which is contributing about 70 to 80% on the direct cost. So that will enable us to support the industry for fish. Regarding also the same will enable the researchers to come and we give the short-term and the long-term plans before we achieve the 24 years remaining to achieve 2050. We need to see some cost which we are incurring, like feeding fish daily. So we need to have also policies to support the inputs, like the engine boats, which we are currently using the electric boats, rechargeable. They are in remote areas, some of them, they are not already with the electricity, but we have got a rechargeable system. So they should have got some like exemption when we import those boats for the fishing. The second one, we need to, if we want to really
I hope
to
that's the
achieve...
last one, please. We need to give advantage to the others also to ask
Okay,
their questions.
the last one, we need to consider on the renewable energy to use the CNG rather than exporting just petroleum product from outside. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think there was one last hand on that side. It's the lady in front. Yeah, if you stand up. And then we'll move to the three that are remaining on this side, please.
Thank you, moderator.
The MC is going to kill me.
Yeah, my name is Edith Rudith Lukanga from Mwanza, the head of organization called EMEDO. So again, I have two questions. One goes to Professor Malebo. It's about the DIRA 2025. I understand it hasn't been a smooth ride, and now we are already looking towards DIRA 2050. What were the main challenges towards 2025 that we are keen to ensuring that we are addressing them as we move towards 2050? And the next one is probably a concern or an advice that I would wish to hear from the leaders up there. This is a Fisheries and Aquaculture Research Conference for a vibrant blue economy. And right here we have this session which is looking at the contribution of scientific research. So when you look into fisheries and aquaculture research is general, but here we are qualifying it more into scientific. What about non-scientific research? I would really have been happy to see also on the panel during the plenary, the women who are the practitioners, the fish farmers, the CSOs also contributing. What's your say about that? Thank you.
Okay, so there was three remaining hands on this side. There's the lady. There's the gentleman there who has his hand behind the lady, I think, next to Dr. Kyum. And please, let's keep them brief, otherwise we will not be able to close this. And I know we all have presentations to make in the audience. Huh? I think everyone would like to be given 20 minutes, at least.
First, I have a comment on the commentator, the one who said we should take loans from the commercial banks to do research. I don't know where he got that idea, but I think it's not idea. It's not research is not business. And after all, you have a pure research and you have applied research. And I think both of them, it's not right to say you need to take loans from banks. After all, even doing publication, you have to pay the publishers. So I don't know how you make business out of that. My question to Professor Marebo, some of the challenges which you have just shown on the slide 8, I have been seeing them, reciting them, claiming them since I was doing civics at O level. 20 years later, we are discussing the same things. So why are we stuck? Why are we moving like, if you use a metaphor, like a tortoise? Why can't we go like a cheetah, for instance?
Thank you. My name is Aristidia Mwijagi from Tafiri. One of them, my question is already covered, but I have a small question to go to Professor Malebo and the part to Dr. Madala. How can we speed up the use of the research findings into practical or uptake by different stakeholders? I know we have a lot, but reflecting the real situation we have, how can we speed up in order to arrive or to reach the dealer? Thank you.
Okay. Now, the mic comes to the front here, please.
Yeah, thank you, and I don't know whether it's good morning or good afternoon. I think it's good afternoon. I didn't follow your presentation when you were having the panel discussion. I was out engaged on something else, but I think this is quite very key, very important. Edward Kimakwa is my name, and I'm a fisheries and blue economy expert working as a technical assistant on the EU Blue Economy Program, and happy to see us all here. Research is really very important, and looking at African continent, we see that governments have not really prioritized research in terms of investment, in terms of providing resources. And Tanzania has the potential of exploiting and using sustainably our resources in the maritime space when you have some resources to understand what we have in terms of those resources. My question is this. I know as a country, we do not have a dedicated research vessel for us to know and understand what we have in the marine space. What are we doing as a country to ensure that we are self-sufficient when it comes to investment in terms of science, research, and technology? Because it's costly to be hiring a vessel from different countries for that, but I think we need to give it a priority. Secondly, Dr. Madala, I think we discussed a lot about aquaculture development, and this has always been confined to the fresh water, and of course Tanzania is not an exception, but quite a number of countries really focus on fresh water, maybe because it's very simple.
Can we get to the point, please?
To do freshwater research. So what is the priority in terms of doing mariculture development informed by research in terms of species, in terms of zones? I think it will be very important to direct our research also in terms of the marine space. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the last question, please.
Hello again. I'm Herb Lee from ITEC in Arusha. I have a short comment about the research funding levels in those countries. My understanding is USA is spending about $700 billion a year, which is about 3.5% of its GDP. Korea spends about $150 billion, about 6.5% of its GDP. My understanding is in Tanzania, as Dr. Moderator mentioned, it's very difficult to come up with a number, but my understanding is Tanzania is spending about $300 million a year in R&D, but it's mostly in the universities and academic sector. So it's not a pure R&D, but it's still R&D. Now, even though $300 million is a pretty small compared to the other hundreds of billions of dollars, but it's a lot of money. $300 million is a lot of money. So if we can spend a little bit of money in the applied development, which is there are a lot of low-hanging fruits. For example, fishing vessels, most of those are made in wood. If we make fishing vessels with like fiberglass, it's a long-lasting, low cost, and those things. So, and also, you don't need to have government to spend that kind of money. If you can show the industry which can be made into businesses, industry will spend its own money. Okay, so I think if government works with the industry, manufacturing industry, development industry, then those monies can be found. That's my
Thank you very much. Okay, now we're going to do rapid fire responses to the questions. You have 1 minute to answer the questions that were directed to you and also do your closing remarks. Literally 1 minute, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator. I've received quite a number of questions, but I will combine my response. When it comes to the challenge of moving research from laboratories to use, in between, there is a valley of death, I would call it, that those who generate the outputs, they are incapable of developing their ideas and transform the idea into cash. We need another level of R&D and SMEs and factories, which in Tanzania are scarce. There are very few or not there. And so most of the time we are seeing academicians and some of our research institutions, they are struggling, but they don't have the capacity for the next level. This is an area whereby the government needs to invest. Thank you.
Dr. Zakaria, you don't have any closing remarks? You don't want to say goodbye? Okay. Dr. At least any shared wisdom for us as we leave the panel?
Momento. Yeah, there was a question on participation of communities, CSOs. I think there is always improvement. The next meeting, I'm sure, we will accommodate everyone. We will try to accommodate everyone. There was, I think, an issue on raising daga. I will leave this to Dr. Madala. Taco feeds and seed challenges. I think you remember even the minister while he was, the Honorable Minister, when he was opening the session, this conference, he specifically directed Tafiri, Zafiri, FETA, universities and partners to work together to come up with a breeding program, which is already in a plan. I think Dr. Madara here will attest. And for feeds, you may want to know that we have installed 2 feed plants, one in Mwanza and the other in Sota. And the main purpose of this is not just to produce feeds, but produce quality feeds, which you can partner with. Again, Mr. Mshana, partner with the private sector to make sure that this brings in money, but helping the communities. Asante.
Asante sana. Again, let me start with the ones which have come from my neighbor on Daga. It is possible to farm those small fish. Bangladesh are farming a fish called hilsa. So it's just a matter of, again, with our research team, and also even with our farmers to start doing trials on how best to farm. However, those efforts to farm, they should be justified with the demand. Given the abundance of daga, sometimes it may not be so much attractive to farm because it can still be obtained in abundance. Perhaps some types of daga, they may form commercial demand. And then the other one was on breeding. Yes, breeding is something which is being considered seriously, and not only breeding, but the whole ecosystem of breeding, broodstock, and fingerlings production to ensure that we have quality fingerlings. There was a question from Dr. Aristidia about how can we speed up technology transfer. Quickly, I would say we have to do research which is demand-driven. We must strengthen our forward and backward linkages with the industry to understand better their needs. And we also need to communicate the language of industry. And you can all appreciate here that there are things which, if they are presented here, they look like Chinese or Greek. Even for us who are learned, yani kunakuwa na mambo magumu. Mnabakia mnashangaa. Sasa, we really need to make sure that we are able to chew and regurgitate our research findings to a level that industry can understand. And therefore, we can be able now to have that good communication and to understand their needs better. Now, from Edward, with regard to mariculture, yes, mariculture, of course, if you look at the volume, seaweed is the largest volume. I think twice and slightly more, which we are producing compared to finfish. But it's mostly on seaweed. Other species, we are coming up slowly. You all understand the complexities of making marine species to reproduce. It's quite difficult. It's not difficult, but complex. And sometimes when you have a new industry and you want to you want to attract attention to make sure that everyone talks about aquaculture, you start with a low-hanging fruit, and our low-hanging fruit was tilapia. One is because it's the most loved fish. You find it being sold even at ferry, but it's easy to reproduce, it's easy to culture. And now I don't have, if I come to a forum like this, I don't have to start explaining what is aquaculture. You see, everyone now knows, and so it's high time we move now to unlock the potential of aquaculture. And government, and what is government doing? One big effort is building mariculture development centers. We have 3 along the coast, one in Mtwara, in Ruvula, trying to drive the mariculture agenda. The other one is at Machu in Tanga, and the other one is under construction at Kunduchi. So we'll get there, and we cherish the support which you are getting from EU. They've dedicated a multi-million euro program to develop mariculture along the coastline, and I believe in 5 years we'll be talking a different story. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Please join me in giving a hand.
Just one quick comment.
Very short.
Very, very short. There was a mention of slow moving like turtles of the
we're not getting
of the implementation and stuff. And there was also a mention of what is different from the 2020-2025. Where did we start and how we are going now into the new vision. And I think it should be stated fairly that what was planned, I think a good number of it was implemented. One of which is the targets that were set for the fisheries sector on production, which we have surpassed the production capacity from, I think by then, 900,000 tons to now, yes, and the consumption of fish from 8 to 10.5, and of course, the current GDP is 2.2 from the fisheries. Thanks.
I think a quick answer to that question is the visions are overlapping because it's not a journey that has start and stop. But now join me in a round of applause to my panelists. They have done a lot and we'll continue the conversation. You know who they are as you meet them in the corridors. Please ask all your questions. They have a wealth of information. Thank you very much. Karibu. A round of applause for yourselves as well because you have been a great audience.
And finally, a round of applause to the moderator. When I worked for the UN, now that we've had UNESCO do the presentation back in 2011, I was exposed to the fact that a single lady can engage 5 powerful men in a conversation. Let's give another round of applause, appreciating all our efforts, including telling the host, yo, keep it short, keep it short. It's not easy. So thank you very much. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we have about 40 minutes. We have about 40 minutes before we break for lunch, and then move on to the closing ceremony after lunch. We're supposed to have Nairobi Convention take over, but that session will not take place this afternoon. Instead, we're going to have a couple of presentations, 3 or 4, from those that missed the opportunity yesterday. We're not going to do them in parallel session. We're going to do them in the room. So I met with colleagues, I think from the ladies, is it from the USA or something? They said they missed their presentation slot yesterday. And those of us who missed presenting in our respective breakaway sessions, I will provide 3 to 4 slots to begin with the first presentation by one of the speakers from Belgium, who will proceed now and give us the presentation. Dr. Mary, are we ready? In 2 minutes. So can I stretch you out for 2 minutes? Can we all please rise? Can we all please stand up for 2 minutes? I want us to explore what we call the power of imagination. Can we all say power of imagination? Power of imagination. Excellent. So I want us all to imagine, and please let your hands be free. How many of us have ever gone, and please pick the truth, nothing but the truth, and shame the devil? How many of us have ever gone fishing? Fishing. Doctor, ujienda kuvua samaki? Very good. So those of us who've ever gone fishing, I've never gone fishing myself. I am shaming the devil. Those of us who've ever gone fishing, and those of us who have never gone fishing, we are going to engage on one activity, which is the power of imagination. I want us all to imagine we are going fishing. Okay? So, I want us to get in a boat. Can we all get in a boat? There are some who are standing there. I don't know, they've been in the boat throughout the day. Can we all please once again get in the boat, okay? If you need to fold your trousers, just fold them so you don't get your trousers wet. So let's imagine we've sat. Can we take our seat? We are in the boat now. Okay? We are in the boat. Do you feel the waves? Do you feel the waves? Very good. Now let's start rolling the boat. There's a song we sing in Asai. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. There are people who are just there. I want you to use the power of imagination. Okay? Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. We've gotten to a destination. Now, still the power of imagination. I want you to hold your bait. Hold it. The little tiny bait you have. Check if it's still alive. Do anything. It's the power of imagination. Shake it, blow it. If you're desperate, you can lick it. Okay, tie it on a knob. Okay. Is it tight? Hold a thread like you're looking at it. Now we're going to toss it in the ocean. Okay? So those of us who have gone fishing, we know what we do. Very good. So you wait a while. Dr. Mary, how are we doing? Ready, yeah? Wait for a while. And then that thread is shaking. So there's a catch. Okay, you're holding a stick. Now you pull the thread. Pull it. I want to see those who said they've gone fishing. They're pulling it very fast. Some of us are very slow. Pull it. So you've discovered it's a big fish you're pulling, okay? It's heavy, and you try to pull the stick as well. With the stick, It is right next to your boat. What do you do? How? You can't pull it when you're seated. Can we stand up and we pull the catch? Okay, so here it is. It is right out here. Okay, you've put the rope down. It's just the string holding that big catch. Okay, so what do you do? The power of imagination. There is the fish. It's trying to escape the rod. What do? You fight it. Yeah, fight it. You want to pull it in the boat. Fight it. Fight it. Bring it in the boat. And say, yes, I got it. Excellent. That's the power of imagination. Thank you. Please take your seats. We have the next presenter, who is Gitu Mary. She's joining us all the way from the University of Ghent in Belgium. She is coming to present on immune biomakers for a resilient blue economy. Dr. Mary, do you have anything to say about your namesake? You are good to go. Gitu, can you hear us? Gitu?
I can hear you.
Fantastic. So, who else wishes or did not have the opportunity yesterday to present? If there's any in the room, if none, this will be the final presentation for the conference. After that, we shall break for lunch, and after lunch, we shall be going to the closing protocols. But if we finish earlier, we will have a room for general question and answers that we probably skipped, and we do not want to leave the room with any question unattended. Gitu, you have the floor now. Please proceed. Kindly put your presentation on full screen. And if it is very okay with you, I will appreciate you giving us a brief about yourself and then take it from there. You have 10 slides. I give you 15 minutes. Karibu sana. Most welcome.
All right. Thank you. Is it on full screen?
No, it's not. So right on the, towards there, close to, down there, yes, there. It is now. So kindly do a minute or two to introduce yourself. Tell us a bit about yourself and why you could not make it to Tanzania. And I promise we'll see you next year and then take it from there.
All right. Thank you very much. My name is Mary Gitu. I'm a graduating student from Ghent University. I'll be graduating in a few weeks. That's why I couldn't make it in person today, but I hope that I can still share my knowledge with you people. Asanteni sana kwa
Asante sana. Beautiful. Can you put your camera on for a minute?
Yes.
Thank you. We would not wish to come to Belgium and pass you by and not say hello to you.
Yes.
So got you the link, the meeting link.
Yeah.
Meeting link, if you minimize that, you'll be able to, meeting link on the far left or right of your screen. There you are.
Yes.
We can see on the small screen. Wataalamu mnaweza mkamleta ile screen pale?
Is that okay?
Hold on a second. Okay, I think unaweza kumleta kwenye hii screen kubwa. Yes, your camera only takes half your face. There you go. Fantastic. It's wonderful to see you, and we are happy and ready to proceed with the knowledge you want to share with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We did a study, I did a study here in Belgium on immune biomarkers for a resilient blue economy. And therefore, I checked the immune responses in shrimp while infected with white spot syndrome. And that's me, and that's where I'm from. So why is shrimp important to us? We know that shrimp contributes to a big stake in the blue economy, both in Tanzania, in East Africa, and Africa in general. And all of these stakeholders, they have an important stake and a vision for shrimp aquaculture. We have the East African Community Vision 2050, the African Union Agenda 2063, and as we all know, the SGD number 14, Life Below Water. And therefore, shrimp is a good part and a big part, especially in the farmed crustacean production. And it's one of the highest, it's the highest actually, by 65% in crustacean farming. And therefore, it's a very big stake in the blue economy. But why did I check the immune responses? Because as big as it is in the blue economy or in the crustacean farming, we have a huge problem while culturing the shrimp. It has a deadly pathogen, which is the white spot syndrome, and if infected, death occurs within 48 hours, and everything in your farm or in your systems is dead. And therefore, this is something that we have to be careful of as we grow our shrimp and as we introduce more shrimp farms and more shrimp farming in East Africa. We have to be very wary of the pathogen white spot syndrome, and therefore this is something that needs to be introduced in the policies. It needs to be considered by researchers and also by farmers. So how did I set up the study? We injected the white spot syndrome inside the shrimp. We set up a double negative control, a negative control, and the challenge group. And what were the parameters that I checked? I checked the total hemocyte count, the differential hemocyte count, the phenol oxidase activity, and also the oxidative stress. These are just some of the health parameters that you can check to make sure or to analyze the immune system of the shrimp. And therefore, these are the parameters I checked, and the species that I used for shrimp was the Leptopaneas vannamei. So what was some of the things that I found out, or the results? That within a period of 18 hours, the total hemocyte count emerged as the most sensitive and measurable biomarker. Using this parameter, you can check whether your shrimp have been infected, and before they're even infected, you can screen the shrimp that you're getting before introducing them into the farms, because once you introduce them into the farms, all your shrimp are infected and they are dead within 48 hours. And therefore, this is a parameter we can use to check and do bioscreening of all the shrimp that we are introducing into the culture. So how can we use these biomarkers as a tool to help the farmers and anyone trying to grow the shrimp? We can use it to discover as a biomarker discovery. We can use it to screen the broodstock, do selective breeding, also raise a resilient stock. We don't want a stock that just dies after introducing them into our systems. We want a healthy stock, we want a stock that will be productive, and we want a stock that will contribute to the farmers' livelihoods and the blue economy in general. And therefore, this is one of the things that biomarkers can help us do in biosecurity. You check the infection, the virus spread, the symptoms, and the virus detection. We don't want to check after introducing it into our system. We want to prevent instead of we want to prevent an outbreak. We do not want the outbreak already. And therefore, the top system virus detection is not important to us, because once you detect the virus, your shrimp are as good as dead. However, it's good if we have an outbreak prevention. And therefore, we screen the shrimp or the broodstock before they come in. We flag the weakness, which is detection of the pathogen. We take early action, and therefore we prevent the outbreak overall. And that's why it's important to us if we can collaborate as Tanzania, as Africa, and as the world, because we have shared traditions, and therefore we have shared waters, and we have shared risks, such as the white spot syndrome. And thank you for listening to me.
Asante sana, thank you very much. Are you a doctor, MD, PhD holder? Dr. Mary or Mary?
I'm just Mary for now.
You're just Mary for now. Thank you, Mary, for your fantastic presentation. Please stay back if there are any questions from the audience, and we take them from there, and then we shall allow you to proceed. Do we have any questions from the audience? Any question, or the presentation was well understood? Mary, I think the presentation was very clear, on point, and I would really wish at this juncture to truly thank you for that presentation, and wish you well. If you are still online, you will then be able to see on to the next presentation, but if you must go, then for us it's really now to put our hands together for Mary.
Asanteni sana.
Asante sana. Moving on, we have now another fantastic presentation, which is recommendations to policymakers. This is ongoing now, but I wish to call upon Mr. Joseph Luomba. Mr. Joseph? We are doing the recommendations. Yes, so please, you have the floor. You have about 22 minutes.
22 minutes. Yes, I think we are going to manage it. And we've been all here for the past 2 or 3 days. And in order to make this session a success, I'm going to call upon my seniors and my former bosses to take their seats. I'll start with Dr. Tamatama. Please take your seat. Dr. Budeba, please. Then I'm going to take Dr. Peter, please. Dr. Matthias Sigulu, you are most welcome. Mr. Bulai. Mr. Bulai. And Mr. Msiangi, please come up.
We have enough chairs.
Yeah.
Can I bring you one?
Just bring one from Msiangi, I think. Oh, it's unfortunate that we don't have, they're invisible. So, thank you. Yes, I can join them here. So, the audience and my panelists, we thank you very much. And This session, as announced by the MC, is going to be very brief because we are almost coming to the end of this conference. And I know that for the past 2 or 3 days, we've generated a lot of scientific knowledge. And we know that this knowledge should not be just left to get lost like that, but it should be taken up for some policy recommendations. And we know that our fisheries master plan aims to raise the fisheries production from the current 2.2% to 10% by 2037. And also we need to strengthen our ocean governance and the blue economy. So I'll have a few questions to my panelists here. And the question will go to everyone. And my first question, because the gentlemen you see here, for those who may not know, they have vast experience in fisheries in Tanzania, and they've also done various research and supervised many students. So we have to tap on that knowledge, though retired but not tired. So my first question, having attended all the sessions, the keynote, the parallel session, and the plenary, what is the one issue that you think need policy attention? I'll start with you, Msiange. Is the mic? Just one issue, because all of you will mention just one issue.
Thank you. I would like to appreciate to Dr. Bdeba, the former PS. Is the one who, in 2016, he emphasized on the cage farming through the policy of 2015. And his recommendation was that instead of the investors to do themselves EIA, he requested the government to implement mapping where areas viable for cage farming. Now, and also Dr. Tamatama, he was the one who conducted the environmental impact assessment when he was still at the University of Dar es Salaam. Through this session, you know, we have informations, tuna taarifa, but that information, most of them, they are in the computer or in the offices. So we needed to transform them from information to knowledge implementation so that we can get the end users of those knowledges to be applicable and valuable to our community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that insight. Then the question now goes to Dr. Tamatama. Please, can you tell us one issue that you think need an urgent policy action?
Thank you. I'll go for one issue which came out clearly through the presentations which I had the day before yesterday, but yesterday and today. The issue of inclusion of women and youth in aquaculture and fisheries value chain. We need to have a policy which provide a formal empowerment frameworks to women. And as we know, women, when you talk about seaweed production, they contribute about 80% of the producers are women. But also youth, you have to involve them in those high node value chains, but also enable them to make a decision in production, but also in the marketing and export segment of the. So I would go for women and youth empowerment. It's very crucial because they are contributed a good segment of the practitioners in aquaculture and fisheries in Tanzania. Thank you.
Okay. The same question goes to Dr. Bdeba. one issue that you think requires an urgent policy action from this conference, please.
Thank you very much. From this conference, we heard a lot about the bottleneck of aquaculture development in Tanzania. That is lack of quality seeds, quality feeds. I think now it's time now to have, from this one, we have prepared a policy brief to our government to make a policy statement on how to bring out this problem of not having good quality seeds and good quality feeds, because people have been inspired, people have been sensitized to do fish farming, but the problem of quality seeds and quality feeds are a problem. So we have to have the policy statement on that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Pass the mic to Dr. Peter. Same question.
Same question. Yeah, so there were like a number of things that even were discussed today. I can maybe touch upon two. One thing that came up was about how can we maybe move findings that were made in the lab? How can we move that into our society? Maybe monetize that knowledge. And I think it's important to be intentional about that. I think for example, many universities, they also have a translational research office where there are people who are really kind of like forming partnerships with industry to facilitate, for example, the transfer of knowledge that was created in an academic lab, and making sure that people in industry can maybe utilize that. So, maybe forming some, improving those structures. I'm sure that some of it is already in place. I think that can be really helpful. The second thing I wanted to mention is that we also had some discussions about we need money to do research, right? We need more grants. What are your plans? And I think more resources is definitely important. We also heard some people talking about how countries vary in the percentage of GDP that they invest in R&D and research generally. But the one thing that I wanted to add, and this is often underestimated, like I grew up in Europe, so even within Europe, there are quite a lot of differences in the GDP. I'm not going to mention countries by name, because that can be a little bit tricky, but what I wanted to say is that the effectiveness of R&D investment varies dramatically in Europe. And the one thing, like I don't look very Dutch, but I grew up in the Netherlands. I live in America now, but I grew up in the Netherlands. I still remember talking with an older professor, and he said to me one day, we were talking about like doing effective research and making sure that it makes an impact. And he talked about the Dutch paradox. I thought that was kind of interesting. He said, yeah, the Netherlands is actually, comparative to some other countries, not really investing a lot. I know some of the people here were also got a PhD in the Netherlands. And yet, the impact of the research based on citations is relatively high. So you have some other countries, they invest maybe double the amount, percentage-wise, but the impact is comparatively low. And what that means is that I don't think that's a coincidence, or I also don't think it is due to differences in talent, or but it's really maybe those structures need to be developed so that the money that goes into R&D, into research, is maximized and used in a good way. So those are my 2 points. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Matthias.
No, Ironge. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Perhaps maybe I can reflect back on the discussion we had this morning, and particularly the presentations from Professor Hans. So we learned this morning that as much as we are trying to introduce cultured larvae into our ecosystems, it also comes with the cost. So it has been proven in Texas that almost that cost account for 40%. So we have this drive in our country, like, okay, let's culture as much as possible in the water dams that we have, particularly now in Julius Nyerere Dam, that there is a potential that it can produce, several number of kilos. But to me, it's like, okay, is it based on the research, or is just been politically driven? So everything that we want to do, let it be informed by the research. If you allow me, I can say a little bit in Swahili.
Yes.
So, hata mkurugenzi hapa na mwenyewe alikuwa I'll say it in Swahili. So please, it's just what I've been saying in English to make sure that it's sticking. Hata mkurugenzi nasema wakati yuko kwenye uongozi walikuwa wanatamani mabwawa yote wayaweke samaki, na utasikia statement kwamba Mtera tumeintroduce fingerlings 10,000, bwawa fulani fingerlings 100,000. So is it based on the research on, kwa sababu tu kuna nguvu ya kisiasa? So tuepukane na hizo pressure, tuache wataalamu wetu wafanye kazi. So we might be introducing species that they are not supposed to be there, and of course it also comes with the cost. So let the research inform us before we take any steps. Lastly is on we had this morning also, I think not only this morning, from day one, that NGOs, from the NGO perspectives, that NGOs, they are also contributing to the knowledge base. So I think it's also important, and there's also time that we provide that same space as we do to our national institute. So it's not only Tafiri that are contributing to the understanding, but also other NGOs who are here today. So let's provide a space for each and every one of us. We are doing it in a good faith. Asante.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bulai, take the mic, please.
Thank you very much, moderator. One, you said one.
Yes.
So I'll just say one. Listening for all presentation we had in this workshop or conference, I think every presenter was really, focusing on research. Yeah, some of these good research findings, but in my opinion, in terms of making at least one of these recommendations is that we are doing research. But listen to Professor Marebo this morning. He said about bringing research finding, bridging research finding with the industry to interpret what science is saying in terms of the challenges, so that we can achieve what we want to achieve in the development. Now, one thing which probably we need to look at it in detail, how are we going to bridge these research findings with the industries? So it's like we really need a key strategic research plans that can translate this bridging process. I will give you an example. we have various fisheries aspects in this country. You remember one of the presenters were saying we have 5 prioritized fishery in Tanzania, but we still have others which really need a kind of a strategic research because of the value. I'll mention one of the area of ornamental fish, for example, from Lake Tanganyika. During our time when we were in the office, sometimes because of its volume, we didn't put a lot of effort on that one. But in terms of value, and it has already been, documented that the ornamental fishery in Lake Tanganyika, for example, because now the information is really available, it's high, very high. So it's a value fishery that can be searched, understood, and bleached to the industries. Because those people who are within that value chain, sometimes they don't have much information in terms of the science. For example, how much are we going to extract the ornamental fishery in terms of the value? In terms of the quota system, for example, the quota, how much are we getting it? Science is still not getting into that one. So yes, we have this research, but let us bridge that, whatever we are doing in research, bridge with the industry with a clear strategic approach, rather than just discussing in the workshop or in the conference like this one, but let us be proactive in terms of the research so that this finding can reach the industry. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Dr. Ura, please.
Thank you. I'm not in the league of retirement.
Yes, I know, yeah.
So that's why I was hesitant to come. Yeah. Thank you. Yes. I'll emphasize further based on a comment from my predecessors and indicate that I would look at it like the intended purpose of this conference and others is to come up with policy recommendations. Mm-hmm. And these policy recommendations are there to support blue economy, of course encompassing fisheries and aquaculture management strategies. So it's about management strategies for blue economy. And I will list some. One is, I've been thinking about making pollution and nutrient enrichment as an economic policy of our respective countries. This will, in the sense that if you pollute, you pay, and based on the damage that will arise. And this money can be plowed back into to support the ecosystem. That's one. I'm looking at those strategies. Number two, closed seasons. This would be better, especially when when fish are the spawning period during the long rains, for these countries to allow fisheries to rejuvenate. I'm also looking at closed areas. This would be for critical habitat zones. I'm looking at gear limits. I think this would key research, because we are now having smaller fish as we move on. How do we combine gear limits and closed season at the same time? And then the other one, I'm looking at basin-wide ecosystem management and spatial plans. Looking at upstream and in-lake management. I'm also looking at strengthening co-management of the resources we have, both at the ocean and inland, and then reconsidering budget allocations and targeted priority funding, and then finally best fisheries and aquaculture management practices. So those ones I would feel they would in a way be some of the main policy recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my panelists, and We are running out of time. My time is almost over. I don't know, the MC can give us some few minutes so that we can finish up this. But since he's not in the room, I think I'll just take that as a leave so that we can continue. So we've raised a number of issues. And some of these issues, it is not the first time that we are discussing them in this conference. They've been discussed before. And now, since we have people who are now out of the office, have retired, and one farmer, and this is now going to, this question is specifically going to them, that having seen that you are originally in those positions and now you are out of it, you are seeing it from an outsider point of view, what do you think we should do differently to ensure that this time around we get it right and all these issues that we raise and all the recommendations that we put across are implemented? Mr. Bulai, I'll start with you since you are holding the mic.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. What can we do differently? Of course, it's a tough question, but let us do differently. It's possible. One way to do this is that we need to come up with few areas which have been selected strategically to implement it, to put in our policy or in our plans, so that the resource we are getting it, we concentrate on the output of these few areas of implementation so that they can make a trickle-down effect to others. We should not come up with a long list of activities, as you can be ambitious as much as possible, but rather having some few key issues that if you implement it with this meager finances we are getting, because in this room we have discussed about the problem of financing. So let us have that strategic priorities for us to implement. Thank you. That can be done differently.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Tamatama, please.
Yeah, I'll go back to the area I recommended for the policy, that is inclusion of women and youth. Actually, the government has started that one. Over the past 3 years, if you remember, the government started issuing some loans and that was targeting mainly, if you look at AQUACULTURE and Lake Victoria, but also along the coast, we have women who are participating in seaweed production. The government actually gave some interest-free loans for boats to women so that they can go in deeper waters because of if they were doing farming or seaweed along the coast because of the bleaching. And so they were targeting women, but also in Lake Victoria, AQUACULTURE is targeting mainly youth, and some of them are doing very well at the moment. So that is an area that we have started doing differently from what we were doing in the past. And I'm thinking this year, there are some funds also, Madala told us yesterday, which are like several billions for women and youth. So I think the government has taken the right direction towards that one.
Thank you. Msiangi, can you give us your farmer's perspective, what we should do differently?
To implement what we have collected through researchers, we should invite the public-private partnership project together so that we implement what we have gained from research by institutions and farmers. Thank you.
Thank you. Lastly, Dr. Budeba.
Thank you very much. Yeah, as I said, that researchers told us that the species abundance in the natural waters are declining. Therefore, the better solution now is to go for fish farming. And then the issue now, the bottleneck was the feeds and the feeds. So now I think this the PP, the public-private partnership now should come in so that the government and the private people should come together and bring up hatcheries or animal feeds factories so that we can have enough, because people have been sensitized enough, but they don't find feeds and the good quality seeds. So now it has been jointly done by the government. So that will be done different, because this has been saying from many years. Since I was in the office, we are still the same thing. Now it's time now the government to work differently by involving the government itself plus the private sector to establish centers for producing these quality seeds and the good food for the fish. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my panelists, and thank you very much, MC, for giving us an extra 5 minutes.
I want, just on behalf of, as we are policymakers, as we are movers and shakers in the industry, I just wish on behalf of all the participants, probably also ask one question, okay? We are going to Bongoyo tomorrow, and everyone will have chips and fish. Everyone eats fish. The consumption of fish is a must, although we are still at a very low scale. I just wish to understand from my personal perspective, and any of you can respond to this, why do fishermen still to date are the poorest people? If it's, what do you call it, food chain, they're probably at the lowest. Can I understand from any of your perspective, and what policy need to be tackled for that to change?
And then we can go. Yes, you can answer that.
For those who have read the Fisheries Strategic Plan in 2021, 2022, up to 2036, 37, one of the issues they've identified that our fishermen or aqua farmers are not doing well because of we are not adding value to whatever they are producing, and the issues of marketing. So if we can intervene on those areas, that's why I propose that we need to involve those women's and but also fishermen in those high node value chain, inclusive sort of that will help some extent to if we add value, it means instead of fishermen, for instance, bringing the fish, getting certain amount, probably getting double of what is getting. So with that, we'll improve somehow. But also, another constraint to fishermen, over the years, the ministry have been trying to, this money saving circles and kind of stuff. It helps them so most of them, they spend all what they get today and they don't save for what is getting. So getting education on those circles and money saving, which the government have started doing with many programs which are being implemented from KG culture, but also training to local fishermen in those areas. But also, when I said to add value, issue of post-harvest loss, because it goes up to 30% of what they're producing. So if you can save a certain amount of what is being lost, we are going to add value to the fishermen, and it will help to pull up from the poverty which you have alluded to. Thanks.
Okay. Okay. I was to add something just from what the PS has indicated. Just to mention that is the lifestyle, just adding to what he said, lifestyle. A fisherman goes fishing today, and because he is assured of tomorrow of catching another catch, so he's assured of finishing the money he got today, he has to finish it today. So because tomorrow is assured. So there is, what we've had is minimal saving culture. And you know, if you save enough, you attain enough capital to start a capital-intensive business. And I think what the PS is indicating that that's why we realize that most of these governments are now training them on cooperatives, on bargaining power, on coming together, so that, and then learning credit, going for credits, so that you get a loan, and then you will be able to save what you are getting on daily basis to be able to meet the limits of doing better. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. As we had this morning a presentation from Satellite, so I think that will give us a room to understand where to go to fish traditionally. And I think before that usage of Satellite, which is going to be implemented, we need also to have a policy so that we understand the level of harvesting those fish. But traditionally, fisherman goes to the lake without knowing where to get the fish. So eventually he can go there, spend his all night, and he come in the morning without any fish. But the alternative now is the cage farming, where you know how many fish fingerlings you've invested in your cage, what are you feeding, cost of operations, and what are you going to harvest, and you know where is the market. So when we say poverty, I understand that is a general term. But through the cage farming, it is not a poverty. It is a development, and which is going to enrich the opportunity to the community of Tanzanians. Also, the investors also are getting money. Thank you.
I'm still struggling myself because cage farming is not a new concept in Tanzania. It's been there. Because Tamatama speaks of value addition, but farmers are not necessarily doing value addition, etc., etc. Looking on to, you spoke about in your response, which I also noted, minimal savings, financial literacy to the fishermen. But Dr. Tamatama also spoke about SACCOs and everything. But I'm still, I kind of feel there's a gap. I kind of still feel there's a gap because fishermen, I'm not sure. Maybe there's some people who have interest onto what they bring onto the table, because a kilo of fish is 10K, right? Yeah. 1 kilogram of fish, 10K. They harvest maybe 50, okay? Even if they consume today, they would not be able to finish that amount of money. But again, we do not see that being reflected. But I know there's an old man here who is mwenyekiti nadhani wa wavuvi kule Kigoma. Maybe they can tell us. I agree with all your responses, but I kind of feel like they are research findings for the purpose of maybe completing a cause somehow. But please, let's take 2 other burning questions, and then we'll bilateralize this over lunch. Karibu, you had, your mic is off.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
My name is Johnson. And my question goes to Dr. Tamatama and Dr. Budeba, who was previously the director of Interfiri, but then the PS for the Ministry of Livestock and Fisheries. But also, the same question will be going to Mr. Budeba, who has been the director of Fisheries in Tanzania. So my question is on the policy issue related to the governance structure of Tanzania Fishery Research Institute. It has been there for a quite a number of years. We know there has been a lot of things done on the research component in marine and related aquaculture and fishery research issues in Tanzania. They have done a lot on that. But till today, the commercialization of research findings generated by Tafiri is still in the shelf. And based on the governance structure of Tafiri, it is quite difficult to have a business, commercial, and marketing wing of whichever research findings they are generating. Now, my question is, we are having the Director of Fisheries in Tanzania here in the room, Dr. Sekadende. But on the left side, we have Dr. Merikishe, who is the Director of Research in Tafiri. So you three, don't you think this is the right time to have the restructuring of Tanzania Fisheries Research Institute, Tanzania Fisheries Research Institute to have a restructuring governance, restructuring system of TAFIRI, so that the structure can have, can provide a room for the TAFIRI to have the so-called the Bureau of Aquaculture and Fisheries Commercialization, so that it can stand as a business, marketing, and commercialization wing of TAFIRI. Thank you very much.
Please, let's take that final one. You also want to...
Hello. Thank you. Yes. Mine is not a question, but a recommendation, because I think even in the floor, there are people who could also make recommendation based on what we have been hearing since day one up to today. One is on the, it has been mentioned, but I just putting my nail, my hammer on the nail, is financial literacy for fishermen and fisherwomen and seaweed farmers. We have done the research. We have a project ongoing. We almost interviewed 260-something seaweed farmers on what can be done to improve the sector. But 0 to 5% they mentioned about money. 0 to 5%. So most of the people are maybe in the aquaculture, the fishermen and the fisherwomen are not aware on the finances and how the funding and how money can improve the sector. This kind of saving, the circles and everything that you are talking about, they are not aware of it. So we have to improve financial literacy for seaweed farmers and for fishermen. I'm just adding on what...
Totally.
Yes. My other recommendation in the capacity building in the critical areas which are identified as priority in the aquaculture and fisheries sector, linking it with the Vision 2050. So in those areas, we have to be very keen. We know that maybe they have already identified areas where we are weak and we need to strengthen, but we need to be very careful in capacity building. Don't just train one person and you think you have done something. One person can be called today and tomorrow you don't have anyone to take up or to fill the gap, especially in those critical areas which need groundbreaking science. Thank you.
Asante sana. Let's have just final remark, an intervention, and then get the panel to respond to this. But I would really wish mzee wangu pale from Kigoma to just say a word as well. Hapo nyuma. Baadaye nitapenda mzee useme neno moja tu. Mimi ninasema, kwa nini wavuvi wengi bado kipato chao labda ni kikubwa lakini yakireflect? Labda utatuchangia kidogo, lakini ngoja tupate neno. Karibu.
Asante sana. That's a very interesting question. And it doesn't apply to Tanzania alone. I think it applies to maybe Africa in terms of, the fishers where you don't see the value in terms of, their quality of life. But I can tell you one thing for sure. Fishers are not poor people. But those in Africa are poor. I've been to some places. I was in the UK, and a holiday home. I got a fisher, a couple going for a holiday, and he's a fisher. Then I was also in Vietnam, and we got stuck somewhere. And I saw the families of fishers. They are actually middle class that we have in Africa. Fishers are not poor. The question is, are we dealing with the right people when you talk about fishermen or fishers? Sometimes we are dealing with workers, but the fishers themselves are very rich people. They own buildings, investments, and all that. Whom are we dealing with? You will come to discover, William Naita Konda. So you want to deal with the owner of the vehicle, but wewe you are dealing with the conductor saying this is the owner of the vehicle. That is where the problem is, and I think we need to do some study and come out quite very clearly. These guys called fishers, the owners of those boats and vessels, they are very rich people. Lastly is what level of effort in terms of the government are we investing in these people? If you compare what they are doing as a government in livestock, in crops, in sugarcane, you see the same level of effort in terms of investment when it comes to fisheries. Definitely that's not true. They have, in crops, they have crop-specific parastatals or commodity development enterprises. But how many do we have in fisheries, apart from the fisheries department and Tafiri and Safiri? You will find in maize, they have a maize, maybe maize board, maybe in coffee there's a coffee board, maybe in tea there's tea board. Do you have any in fisheries? Zero. That is the problem. But I think we can have another day and have this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's been clarified, and I'm happy that gentleman walked towards me and told me that I did not know, and Dr. Tamatama, former PS, probably you can also have a word on your parting remarks. So we have the rich men who own fishermen. Rich man, somewhere here, he owns vessels and fishermen. So when they come from fishing, they hand over everything to him, and then he distributes whatever he feels like distributing to the fishermen. Can we walk out of that? I'm rephrasing my question now. Can we walk out of that? But thank you for your contribution. It's across the globe. Still, I have an issue. Karibu.
Asante. Kwa majina yangu naitwa Francis John, ni mwenyekiti wa wavuvi mkoa wa Kigoma. Niseme kwamba kwanza tumshukuru sana rais wetu Samia Suluhu Hassan kwa kuendelea kuiunga mkono sana, na nyinyi pia Wizara ya Mifugo na Uvuvi. Kwa kweli Mungu azidi kumbariki sana, na nyinyi pia wabariki. Mimi niseme kwamba ni kweli sisi wavuvi tunawategemea nyinyi wataalamu katika ziwa Tanganyika, ziwa Victoria na bahari kuu. Tunawategemea, kama sio nyinyi sisi hatuwezi kufika sehemu yote. Na kwetu ukiangalia mara nyingi samaki wanapotea, tunawakosa na hawapatikani, na dagaa kama ziwa Tanganyika, mgebuka, dagaa na rumbu vimepungua sana. Wataalamu wametuonyesha kwamba 62% wamepotea, hawapo. Na kwenye hakiba tumebaki na tani 116,000 ambayo hizo zinatafutwa na nchi 4, kwa maana Kigoma, Tanzania, Burundi, Kongo na Zambia. Kwa hiyo tunajikuta samaki ni wachache na dagaa ni wachache. Na ombi langu mimi nilitamani kwamba ikiwezekana hii miezi mitatu iliyokuwa imepangwa katika ziwa Tanganyika, kwa maana mwezi wa 5 hadi mwezi wa 8, iwe inapumzishwa, watu wanapumzika kuvua, kwa sababu wakipumzika samaki wataendelea kuongezeka na dagaa wataongezeka. Lakini kama tutaendelea hivyo tutapata shida. Ni kipi kifanyike? Tunaomba ufugaji wa samaki uendelee. Nyinyi ni wataalamu, mtusaidie. Ufugaji ukiendelea, kipindi tunapokuwa tumepumzika katika uvuvi wa ziwa Tanganyika, tutajikita kwenye samaki, na kila watu watakuwa wanapata kitoweo. Kwa hiyo ninachoomba mkifanya hivi itakuwa ni vizuri, kwa sababu kwanza hata wafanya biashara wataenda kufanya biashara yao, kwa sababu mtu akiwa na kizimba atauza samaki, atapata fedha kipindi ziwa litakuwa limepumzika. Kwa hiyo niombe muendelee kutusaidia kwa hilo. Asante.
Asante sana mvuvi kutoka Kigoma. And to my panelists, I say thank you very much, and we have a round of applause for the panelists, please. Thank you, and this marks the end of this session. You can take your seats, but just before I leave, you raise a very important issue. And yeah, you raise a very important issue. And since I've also participated in some of the studies, do fishers really think they're poor? That is an elite definition. Fishers do not think that they're poor. That is our definition, that we think fishers are poor. But for them, do they really think they're poor? If you ask a fisher, who is a poor person, he'll tell you, I'm not poor. But there are also some discussions that have been discussed in many international fora that people have not even come up with a definition to differentiate between the owner of the vessel and the person who works in the boat. Who is a fisher between these two? That definition, until today, I think there is no consensus on it. But there's one question that one professor normally asks, Professor Sven Gentov. Are fishers poor because they are fishers? Or are fishers poor because fisheries is a poor business? Mindsets. It's a mindset thing. Thank you. Take the photo.
Thank you so much. So let's once again give them a big round of applause. We've come to the end of the official presentation keynotes. Let's line up for group photo. Keynote and everything. We will come back in 1 hour or less for the closing ceremony. My question to everyone in here, except for the panelists, do we all have our lunch coupons? Who else does not have the lunch coupon? Please come see me if you do not have your lunch coupon, because we are now stepping out for lunch, and those without coupons will not be attended to. Asanteni sana, let's reconvene in an hour. The earlier you come, the better. The earlier you come, the better, but the revolutionary government of Zanzibar will be coming to officiate the closing ceremony. But before he does, I would wish to request everyone present to kindly take trouble, which I believe you will all take gladly, to evaluate our conference 2026 so that we are able to plan better for 2027. You can participate in the evaluation through scanning that QR code on the display. May I request all of us? May I request all of us to kindly scan the QR code so that we can provide a feedback, so that we can better improve our FAR4ViBE Conference 2027. But I also, shortly after, I will give this exercise 3 to 4 to 5 minutes. And shortly after, I will request us to pay attention to one of the fishermen in the room who would also like to contribute. And I'm delighted that we have our Deputy Permanent Secretary in the room. So we also have one fisherman who would also wish to say a few words concerning the last debate we had just before we stepped out for lunch. So for now, kindly niwaombe wote tushiriki kutoa mrejesho ili mkutano wetu wa 2027 uweze kuwa na tija zaidi. Sema chochote na uwe huru kabisa, hatutaona jina lako. Tutaona tu comment yako, wapi pa kuboresha. Thank you very much. DJ kale kamziki kakutusindikiza kidogo kidogo, sauti iwe chini, tusiwe na mawazo sana.
could stay awake just to hear you breathing, watch you smile while you were sleeping, while you're far away.
Conference 2027. Please, let's provide as much feedback as we can. And I'm grateful that we all have a research background, so we know what it means to get as much information as possible so that we are able to better prepare for 27. Who is not even sure of what is going on in the world? You're not sure? Okay, so right now we are scanning the QR code. Thank you so much. Beautiful. Who enjoyed their fish dish? We had fish for lunch. Who enjoyed their fish dish? Nobody. I think we should stop fishing. Fantastic. So please, let's spend another 2 minutes. Guest of honor will be coming in shortly, and we shall be going on to the closing protocols. I will have a very final request for the day that if there's any chair that is empty in front of you, other than the first row, if there's any chair empty in front of you, to kindly sit on that. Nitakuwa na ombi moja tu la mwisho kwa mkutano huu, kwamba kama mbele yako kuna kiti kiko wazi, nitakuomba sana uende kukikalia iko kiti. Si vyema kwa mgeni rasmi aje alafu viti vyote vya mbele viko wazi. Niandikie. And I'm just informed they're about to come. So may I request all of us sitting anywhere at the back to kindly consider moving to the front. Naomba tuhame, naomba tukae viti vya mbele. Any moment now the guest of honor will be walking in. It will be really nice if we occupy the front seats. Tukiacha hii row ya kwanza. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, kindly let's take our seats. Distinguished delegates, it's a wonderful afternoon, and we are very much delighted to have with us Honorable Mboja Ramadhan Mshenga, the Deputy Minister for Blue Economy and Fisheries of the Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar, as the guest of honor for the closing protocol. Let us usher her with a big round of applause, appreciating her being with us this afternoon. Delighted to also recognize the presence of Professor Mohammed Sheikh, the Deputy Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Livestock and Fisheries of the United Republic of Tanzania. Let's also acknowledge his presence by clapping for him. We have been constantly blessed with the presence of our host, Dr. Ishmael Kimirei, the Director General for TAFIRI. Let's clap for him again. Thank you so much for hosting us. 4th time consecutively. But we also have his twin, who is Dr. Zakaria Hamis, DG from Zafiri. Let's clap our hands together for him. But on the high table guest of honor, we also have Dr. Matthias Isulu. Did I get the name correct? Igulu. I was hoping maybe it's Ikulu. I'm moving you closer to Ikulu. Dr. Matthias Igulu works for IUCN, and he's representing all the donors, all the support that we have in the sector. Guest of honor, kindly take a note of that. I would like to recognize in a very special way all the presenters present physically and virtual. I would like to recognize the presence of fishermen and women, different groups, all organizations, our esteemed sponsors, invited guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, good afternoon. Kazi na utu. Without taking much of your time, guest of honor, I would also like to recognize and invite to say a few words former Director Generals of TAFIRI that have been with us. Not only have been with us, but have been very instrumental in contributing valuable contribution to making this conference a great success. Niwaombe sasa former DGs to come and give us very brief remarks and salutation to the guest of honor, and then I will invite DG TAFIRI to come and say a few words to welcome you, guest of honor. But for now, former DGs, naomba niwakaribishe mmoja mmoja mje mseme maneno machache. As they come, let's give them a big round of applause to welcome them. Karibu, no order, but please, Dr. Karibu. Tama tunaweza tukaanza na wewe. As he comes, let's give him a round of applause. Karibu sana.
Okay, dear conference participants, good afternoon. My name is Rashidi Tamatama, and actually the former DGs of TAFIRI, we prepared a joint statement to be delivered during the closing ceremony of this workshop. And there are 4 of us, starting with Professor Bathondi, who was the first Director General of TAFIRI when TAFIRI was established in the early 80s. And that was followed by Dr. Yohana Budeba. Could you raise her, please? Who also happened to be the retired Permanent Secretary of Fisheries in the Ministry of Livestock and Fisheries. And Dr. Budeba was followed by Dr. Ngatunga, whom he has some other pressing commitment today, but he couldn't be with us today. But he was here for the last 2 days of the presentation. Then I followed Dr. Ngatunga, and I'm the one who handed the baton to the current Director General of TAFIRI, Dr. Ishmael Kimirei. With those few introductory remarks, I'm now ready to present the joint statement of those four Director Generals, retired Director Generals of TAFIRI. Honorable guest of HANA, Deputy Minister of Blue Economy and Fisheries, Ms. Mboja Ramadhani Mshanga, okay, if I pronounced it correctly, Dr. Mohamed Sheikh, Deputy Permanent Secretary of Fisheries in the Ministry of Livestock and Fisheries, the two Director Generals of TAFIRI and Zafiri, and Dr. Matias Igulu, representing Donor Community, Tanzania, representative of civil society, fishing communities present here, development partners, private sector and industry stakeholders, representative of Tanzania Women Fish Workers Association, TAWFA, regional and international institutions, ladies and gentlemen, we, the retired Director Generals of Tanzania Fisheries Research Institute, TAFIRI, stand together today with immense pride, humility, and hope. Witnessing the conclusion of this fourth FAR4ViBE conference fills us with deep satisfaction. We thank the current TAFIRI leadership led by Dr. Ishmael Kimirei for honoring our legacy, but also for inviting us to share this moment. We extend our highest regards to the Ministry of Livestock and Fisheries for the steadfast commitment to science-led development in fisheries and aquaculture. We also recognize the brilliant scientists, policymakers, innovators, and international delegates representing more than 17 countries across the African continent, but also and beyond. Your presence proves that the seed of research we planted decades ago has grown into a powerful tree of regional collaboration. Now, reflecting on the journey of TAFIRI, when we guided TAFIRI in its early years, our primary battles were against foundational challenges, which included baseline data gaps, fundamental infrastructure needs, and the threat of destructive practices like blast fishing and others. We worked tirelessly to position fisheries not just as an informal extraction activity, but also as a formal, rigorous science. Today, seeing this conference process advanced technologies such as digital transformation, proves that TAFIRI has successfully entered a new era. The national policy and regional aquatic resources governance. We encourage development partners and financial institutions to increase investment in fisheries and aquaculture, research, innovation, data systems, climate resilience, capacity development, and sustainable value chains. 2, empowering aquaculture innovation. Scale up indigenous technological breakthrough in fish breeding, affordable local feed formulation, and climate resilient aquaculture systems to transition fish farming from a subsistence activity into a powerhouse economic engine. And 3, foster inclusive partnership. Champion the integration of women and youth into high value nodes of aquaculture and fisheries value chain. Many times in the last 3 days, we have heard or we have been reminded that true sustainability require economic equity. So we have to support this group of entrepreneurs. And in conclusion, leadership is a relay race. We ran our lap, passed the baton, and today we look at the current runners with absolute confidence. The intellectual energy generated within the walls of this conference for the last 3 days proves that the future of Tanzania and indeed African continent aquatic resources is secure. Let the closing of this conference mark the opening of a more intensive period of action, innovation, and impactful in management. Thank you very much, asanteni sana, and long live TAFIRI. May our blue economy thrive. Thank you.
Asante sana, Dr. Tamatama, for those candid statements from the former DGs. You spoke on their behalf, and we truly appreciate it. I believe we all agree that Dr. Kimiray, who has taken the, what you call the relay stick, yeah, from you, is walking on to the vision that you had when TAFIRI was established. And we are delighted that all the 4 past conferences you've been here with the former DGs to ensure that we go through a very positive trajectory. So thank you very much. Guest of honor, allow me now to invite Dr. Kimiray for his welcoming remarks. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes to speak to us. He's also coming to give us an overview of what transpired for the past 3 days. Karibu sana.
Guest of honor, wanasema ukiwa na furaha usiongee sana. Hii naliiba kutoka kwa Mheshimiwa Waziri Balozi Dr. Bashir Wali alisema ukiwa na furaha usiongee sana, na ukiwa na hasira usiongee sana. Before I say what I wanted to say, I would like to invite my twin, Dr. Zakaria Khamis, please come and say a few words before I say mine. Thank you.
Sio Ikulu kama ambavyo very much happy that we have got this scientific conference in the 3 days. I could say very successful. You know, dear guest of honor, we had these 3 days which are very fruitful. We had a very extensive discussions, parallel sessions where we discussed on how the science, innovation can merge together with the management so we can be able to improve and advance our fishery and aquaculture in Tanzania and beyond. So we had various lectures, presentations from within Tanzania and outside. We had guests from Kentucky, from US. We had guests from China as well. So it was a vast knowledge that we gathered in these 3 days. So now it's time for us then to practice the science into action. And I believe from the deliberation we have, so we can, put that into action. We will submit those recommendations to you as policymakers who are our leaders, so we can make these sectors vibrant and achieve what has been actually driven or have been written in the Tanzanian Vision 2050, even Zanzibar 2050 vision, for having our sectors contributing to the economy to 9.8% GDP, but also visioning to reach that $1 trillion economy in Tanzania in general.
So without further ado, I thank you very much, all of you who are here with us too. And of course, thank you very much, my Pacha, for this opportunity. We have been working together very closely, and I believe we still work together because we are working in the same ocean, which doesn't have border. Thank you very much.
Dear guest of honor, Tafiri and the FAR4ViBE conferences aligns with the DIRA 2050. It's a statement we have to make because we have to meet our obligations to move the fisheries and blue economy sectors forward to contribute towards the $1 trillion economy that my twin brother has mentioned. Guest of honor, I was hoping that the identified policy issues requires urgent action were supposed to be flashed at least so that everyone sees and knows what we have prepared instead of me just reading one by one. But in the interest of time, while they are trying to do that, guest of honor, of all the discussions we have had here, the keynote speeches we received, the last one was today on funding, research, and supporting DIRA 2050. And we had a distinguished director from the UNESCO, Professor Malebo. I don't see him here, but we had quite a nice engagement today. I will now read a few of the issues that were identified and which are going to be presented to the ministries for action. One is to strengthen research to industry linkage. We need to establish a clear strategic mechanism for translating research findings into practical applications and ensure the scientific knowledge reaches end users and informs industry development. Two, to enhance women empowerment and youth participation in the fisheries and aquaculture value chains. Three, to improve access to quality seeds, to address the limited availability and accessibility of high-quality disease-free and genetically suitable aquaculture seeds. This responds to the call made by the Minister of Livestock and Fisheries during the opening session when he specifically mentioned Tafiri, FETA, the ADCs, Zafiri, universities, and partners to make sure that we improve the quality of seeds and quality of feeds, because the two are critical to making aquaculture contribution toward the 2050. The other issue is on scaling up research innovation to establish stronger partnership and collaboration between research institutions, industries, private sector actors, and the innovators. And what came out clear, I think it was mentioned several times, that we shouldn't work in silos. And one of the ways we are going to bridge the gap between our institutions, especially within Tanzania and Zanzibar, is to continue collaborating. And probably I don't want to preempt what is coming, but I think wanasema lijalo linafurahisha. The other issue is on increasing research funding. We wanted to make this clear, although it is stated in the DIRA 2050 that the government is committing over 1% of the GDP towards research and development. But we would like this 1% to be equitable in how it is shared among the sectors. To promote science-based cage farming, ensure that investments in cage aquaculture in both fresh and marine environment are guided by scientific evidence, environmental carrying capacity assessments, and appropriate spatial planning. And I think this is critical. There are several directives from the ministry and at one time by the President herself on investing in the marine environment in cage aquaculture to increase the contribution of the blue economy. Valuing the economic impacts of pollution. So to develop a mechanism for quantifying and monetizing the economic and ecological costs of pollution to strengthen pollution control, ecosystem protection, and accountability. To strengthen fisheries management and habitat protection, and I believe the ministry is currently working on a proposal, I think under GF8, to respond probably directed to this, but these are efforts that need to be sustained. Promoting value addition, reducing post-harvest loss, and improve budget allocation and funding. Funding is a bit of an issue, Mheshimiwa, and we think with your help we can move past this. Now, after reading this, we will compile them and in their understandable format so that we can present them to you and present it to the governments so that they can be incorporated in the decisions that are being made. Finally, before I leave this podium, guest of honor, I wish to send out thanks to everyone who came, to everyone who contributed, to all of you for your well wishes, but also for the guidance that we have received from our ministries to make sure that this event is a success. Having said those, I wish to end on two words, maybe not 2 words, but 2 ideas. I once saw a lady, I think she was from Zimbabwe, and she was discussing agriculture, and then she said, we need to make agriculture with the swags. You know, you need to put swags in agriculture so that everyone can go into agriculture. But if you say agriculture is a small scale, it's for poor people, no one will go into agriculture. The same we have to do for the fisheries. We have been banging every day saying this is small-scale fisheries, our fishers are poor, and I think we need also swags with the fisheries so that whoever is investing in the fisheries sector sees the value of what they are doing in the sector. And I believe fishers and fish farmers are not poor. We have seen with the system that we have developed under PFZ, the ones they can use to record their catch and to show their cash flow. These people are not poor. We need to repackage the message so that they feel also appreciated. And then the second, I think it was also said by the minister, research is collaborative. Research should have no border, shouldn't have borders, as the fish that we chase every day in our waters. Thank you.
Let's once again appreciate the very good contribution by the two Director Generals with a clap of hands. Thank you so much. Mheshimiwa Waziri, nadhani utakubaliana na mimi kabisa kwamba tumekaa hapa na wavuvi lakini hawajaongea. Nadhani kwa sababu ratiba ni yako wewe na mimi ni kuombe uridhie nimkaribishe mvuvi mmoja tu aje atoe neno la shukrani kwa niaba ya washiriki wote hapa. Kuna mvuvi ambaye yuko tayari kuja kusema neno la shukrani kwa niaba yetu? Naomba nimpate mama mwenyekiti wa wavuvi wa Kigoma. Karibu basi. Naomba tumpigie makofi as he comes to give a vote of thanks. Mzee, unakuja kutoa neno la shukrani kwa niaba ya washiriki wote. Karibu sana. Tutajitambulisha ili mgeni rasmi akutambue.
Asante. Kwa majina yangu naitwa Francis John, ni mwenyekiti wa wavuvi mkoa wa Kigoma. Nasimamia chama cha ushirika Kigoma Beach Fisheries Cooperative Society. Tunasema sisi wavuvi tunasema asante sana Mheshimiwa Waziri. Tunasema asante sana na wataalamu wa uvuvi, maana kama sio nyinyi sisi hata nguo tungeikosa ya kuvaa. Kwa sababu ziwa Tanganyika, ziwa Victoria na maeneo mengine watu wangeharibu. Lakini kulingana na utaalamu wenu ndio maana unaona tunaishi vizuri na watoto wetu wanasoma kupitia ziwa Tanganyika, kupitia uvuvi. Mungu azidi kuwabariki. Nipende kusema kwamba ni kweli katika usimamizi wa uvuvi ni kazi kubwa. Kuna lile mnalo tuelekeza, lakini kuna wengine wanaliona vibaya, hasa tuseme baadhi ya wanasiasa. Wanasiasa tunapokuwa ziwa limepumzishwa, wengine wanasema pana, kwa nini lipumzishwe? Lakini hawajui kwamba linapopumzika, likipumzishwa, tunapoingia kuvua tunapata samaki wengi na dagaa wengi. Na ile gharama ambayo tungeitumia ile miezi mitatu, tunakuta kwamba ile gharama hatuwezi kuitumia, lakini tunapata faida baada ya kuwa tumefungua tena ziwa. Kwa hiyo hayo yote ni nyinyi wataalamu mnaotusaidia. Kama sio nyinyi sisi hatungeweza. Kwa kweli tunawashukuru sana. Tunawashukuru sana na tunaomba muendelee kutusaidia. Muendelee kutusaidia na tumegundua na tumeelewa kuna mambo mengi sisi tulikuwa hatujui. Tumegundua kwamba kama ziwa Tanganyika samaki wameisha na dagaa wameisha. Wamepungua kiasi kikubwa sana. Lakini tunaamini mkiwepo mambo yatabadilika. Kwa sababu tumekuta kwamba kwenye hakiba ya dagaa ziwa Tanganyika na migebuka imebaki tani 116. Kwa hiyo kuna 62% wamepotea. Kwa hiyo lakini naomba msichoke. Mkichoka sisi tutashindwa tufanye nini? Yaani tutapata shida. Lakini tuombe muendelee kutusaidia. Na wale ambao wanasema kwamba hakuna kupumzisha ziwa, kwamba tuendelee kuvua bila kuangalia tunachokipata ni nini. Hao watu msiwape masikio, muwaache tu. Mtusikilize sisi wenye vyombo, sisi tunaofanya kazi ile, maana sisi ndio tunaumia. Na sisi tunawategemea nyinyi. Kwa kweli Mungu azidi kuwabariki. Asante.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Waziri. Huyu ni mwenyekiti wa wavuvi mkoa wa Kigoma, Lake Tanganyika. Kwa hiyo nimefurahi na amesema kwa niaba ya wavuvi. Lakini kuna mvuvi mwingine anakereketwa sana. Naomba uridhie tumpe muda pia kwa dakika moja. Karibu. Chap. Wakati huo ni kuombe katibu mkuu jiandae, utakuja kuanza kutoa tuzo, alafu utatoa neno la kumkaribisha Mheshimiwa Waziri na kumwomba baada ya hotuba yake pia atoe tuzo, tupige picha za pamoja, alafu tuhitimishe mkutano wetu. So right now we have another fisherman to say a few words of acknowledgement. After that, the Deputy Permanent Secretary will come to give the awards. I will speak about the awards and then invite the guest of honor to give a closing speech thereafter present awards, remaining awards, and then group photo, and then that will mark the end of the 2026 FAR4ViBE 4th conference. But for now, dakika moja, 1 minute.
Mheshimiwa Waziri na wakurugenzi wote wa taasisi mbalimbali, wageni kutoka nje ya Tanzania na Watanzania kwa ujumla, Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Kwa majina naitwa Pius Mtenya Makindi, mzee wetu kazungumza upande wa uvuvi asilia, lakini mimi natokea Mwanza. Nitaomba nitoe shukrani zangu upande wa ufugaji wa samaki kwa njia ya vizimba, hususan kwa vijana. Taifa letu linajengwa na vijana, na kwa hili tunalo haja ya kumshukuru Mheshimiwa Rais. Mheshimiwa Waziri, sisi kama vijana, ungepata hadithi kidogo kutoka ambapo tumetolewa mpaka leo tulipofika hapa, ingekuwa ni vizuri zaidi. Neno letu, tunamuombea Mheshimiwa Rais aendelee na moyo huo huo. Wizara ya Mifugo na Uvuvi kwa namna ilivyoratibu vizuri zoezi la utoaji mikopo ile kwa njia ya vifaa, ndio iliyotufikisha hapa. Benki ya Maendeleo na Kilimo TIDB, namna walivyosimamia fedha zile, tunavyozungumza sasa, si mimi tu. Naomba maneno haya yamfikie Mheshimiwa Rais. Kama aridhani ametusaidia sisi tu vijana, nyuma kuna mnyororo mkubwa wa thamani. Sasa kina mama Mwanza wanafanya vizuri, wanapata kazi ya kufanya. Sasa hivi natembea kifua mbele na kumwambia kijana mwenzangu, si lazima apate mkopo, lakini anaweza akaja nikampa samaki kwa mkopo na akapata kazi ya kufanya. Naweza nikasema maneno mengi, lakini hayo tu yanatosha. Tunaposema wavuvi na hususan vijana kanda ya Ziwa, tunamshukuru Mheshimiwa Rais, tunaishukuru wizara, tunamaanisha. Lakini TAFIRI, mimi ninavyozungumza sasa, wameweka vifaa kwenye vizimba vyangu. Unaona namna ambavyo TAFIRI na wao hawajatuacha wafugaji wa samaki, wananisaidia kufanya monitoring ya maji. Hatuna cha kusema zaidi ya kuiombea nchi hii iendelee kuwa na moyo huo. Karibuni Mwanza. Mimi ni Pius Mtenya na ni kijana anayepambana kuhakikisha kwamba si mimi tu na vijana wenzangu. Na wizara nimeona wametoa tangazo la mikopo awamu ya pili. Mimi niko pale kama daraja, ambao wanatamani kuomba wanapita hapa, waombeje. Si waombei, ila nawaelekeza namna ya kuomba. Tunafanya kazi kubwa, mnafanya kazi kubwa. Mwenyezi Mungu awabariki sana na asanteni.
Na amependeza sana, naomba tumpigie makofi. Asante sana. Unaweza kaenda sasa. Mheshimiwa Waziri, tumepata mwenyekiti ambaye ni mzee, tumepata kijana mtanashati. Naomba pia tuwasikie kina mama. Naomba mwakilishi wa taifa, wakina mama processors, wazalishaji, wachakataji. Tunaye hapa mama yetu, naomba tumpigie makofi. Tunakuaje na mgeni rasmi mwanamama, tusiwe na mwanamama wa kuongea kabla yake? Karibu mama.
Kwa majina naitwa mgeni Edward Lubinsha, ni mkazi wa mkoa wa Rukwa, wilaya ya Nkasi, kata ya Kabwe. Taifa! 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 Asanteni sana. Natanguliza shukrani kubwa sana kwa Mama Samia, kwa sababu ametuona sana watu wa Ziwa Tanganyika, ametuletea vizimba, ametoa mikopo ya kina mama pamoja na makundi ya wavuvi. Tunashukuru sana kupitia hilo. Ndugu Katibu, tunashukuru sana kwa uongozi wenu mzuri na ufanyakazi wenu mzuri, kwa sababu kupitia mabwana samaki wetu wa vijiji na wilaya, kwa kweli tunaenda nao vizuri, kwa sababu kwenye vikao na tuongoza, tunaenda vizuri. Tunawashukuru FAO, tunawashukuru EMEDO wote, kwa sababu wametuingiza kwenye mafunzo ambayo yanatupelekea sasa hivi bidhaa zetu tunazifungasha vizuri, tunaanika kwa uangalifu mzuri. Tumejengewa masola tenti kupitia FAO. Kwa hiyo tunashukuru sana FAR4ViBE kwa sababu wameunganishwa na FAO, wametusaidia sana kutupa mafunzo namna kutunza fedha zetu vizuri na kuandaa bidhaa zetu vizuri na kuzifungasha vizuri kwenye vifungashio vizuri. Ndugu mheshimiwa, ombi. Tulikuwa tunaomba kwa sababu ni mwanamke mwenzetu umefika hapa, tufikishie kwa Mama Samia. Kwanza wanawake kina mama wa taifa, tunaomba siku moja tuje tukutane na Mama Samia ili tumfikishie kero zetu tulizonazo na maombi yetu tulionayo, tuonane naye ada kwa ana. Jambo la pili, tunasemea kuhusu uvuvi, kuhusu ziwa Tanganyika. Ziwa letu limeonekana kwamba samaki wamebaki wachache. Kupitia hilo sisi ni wavuvi na wachakataji. Lakini swala kubwa tunaloliona kupitia ziwa letu kwamba uvuvi haramu bado upo. Na ndio unaosababisha uvuvi kuisha na mazao ya uvuvi kuwa machache. Makila aliyopo yale bado anafanya kazi. Tulikuwa tunaomba kupitia serikali ya uvuvi bado wasikae chini, waendelee kufanya mikakati ya kumaliza uvuvi haramu. Kwa sababu hata tukifunga ziwa kama uvuvi haramu bado unaendelea, tutakuwa tujafanya kitu. Kwa hiyo tulikuwa tunaomba sisi ni hilo, na tunaomba mzidi kutushika mkono. Pili, wanapotupa mafunzo ya uchakataji na kuuza bidhaa vizuri, sisi wengine hatukusoma. Kwa sababu hapo toka mwanzo tunasikia lugha inayoongea ni Kiingereza na si Kiingereza hatujasoma. Kwa hiyo tulikuwa tunaomba kipindi kile anapotupa mafunzo, basi wanatupa na mafunzo ya Kiingereza ili tuongee, kwa sababu tungesikia toka mwanzo vikao vilivyoanza tutakaa tunaelewa. Nafikiri hata hapa tungeongea kwa ufasaha. Lakini kwa hiyo mbele yetu ilikuwa ni hilo. Tunaomba mheshimiwa ukitoka hapo utuangalie mabanda yetu ili utuunge mkono pale tuna mapungufu, naomba utatuongoza vizuri kwa sababu wewe ni mama, unajua uchungu wa mama. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana, hongereni sana kina mama, vijana na wavuvi wote. Many congratulations. Guest of honor, allow me now to request the Deputy Permanent Secretary to please come onto the stage to give 2 categories of the awards. We'll leave the other ones for you, guest of honor. Niombe pia wa DG wetu wawili mumsindikize naibu katibu mkuu katika kutoa tuzo. Karibuni hapa katikati ya jukwaa. So we are now going to present the awards. 2 categories. 1, Best Poster Presenters. Guest of honor, we had poster presentations yesterday. Personally, I went through a couple of them, almost like maybe 90%, and they were fantastic presentations. I believe as we gear towards Vision 2050, coming to put everything on the posters plus what transpired over the past 3 days into use and into practice, we are going on a very positive trajectory. Kwa hiyo naomba sasa tutatoa Best Poster Presenters. We have 3 winners. I will start with the second winner and then the first winner. The second winner is Idrissa Lioba. Let's clap our hands for Idrissa Lioba. When you come here, mbona unapita mbali huko? Au unataka ile attention ya moyo unapanda, moyo unashuka? So Idrissa Lioba emerged with 9 points. Let's clap for him once again. Mpe mkono, geuka upate picha. Ewa. Another round of applause. Lakini Idrissa, labda ungepita pia hapa kwa sekunde 3 tuambie topic yako inahusu nini? What is the topic on your poster?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I had an overview on the application, limitation, and the future potential of environmental DNA into fisheries management. That was my topic.
A round of applause. Thank you so much. And the winner for poster presentation is none other but Chande Castor. Of course, by 1 point. So Chande, pull up your socks. Please tell us what your topic is about.
Yeah, thank you. My topic was talking about comparative of gross performance of Photochromis niloticus and recyclation system with biofloc technology. But it's not a normal biofloc technology, it's a locally biofloc technology because in aquaculture, mainly we talk about intensive farming. But as me, I look at the thing which can attach for those intensive, those locally. So I creating something innovative biofloc technology, which it is like anyone can make by using wooden, by using pond liners and also plant, but it work very well and you can farming your fish up to the selling. Thank you.
Guest of honor, if I had 10,000 shillings, I would have given to anyone who would come to repeat that topic. Some of the topics maybe do not even need copywriting. You can't even copy it. But thank you so much and congratulations. Moving on, guest of honor, allow me to request the Deputy Permanent Secretary to continue to issue 3 more awards to innovators and researchers. Number 3, there are 3 winners. Number 3 is Dr. Happy Peter, Best Innovator of the Year 2026. Dr. Happy Peter is the Best Innovator of the Year 2026. Let's give a round of applause. Best Innovator of the Year 2026. Wow. $30 seconds, Doctor, 30 seconds. Tuambie ubunifu wako uko wapi? 30 seconds.
Thank you very much, because even the deputy was asking me what have you invented. For fishers, they know me probably from the application that they are using, the PFZ, the application that fishers are using for getting the coordinates of where they're supposed to go fishing, in a nutshell of it. Thank you.
So it's not only about going to fish. Using the application that she's made, you are able to know where to go to fish. Guest of honor, the second winner, or rather, Mr. Salum Mshirazi is the Best Innovator of the Year 2026 for the male side. Kwa wanaume ni Bwana Salum Mshirazi, Best Innovator of the Year 2026. Another big round of applause. We are moving on to the Best Researcher of the Year 2026. Please hold your guns briefly.
Now, my name is Salum Kasim Shirazi. I was designing the incubators for tilapia hatching unit, which is made by local available material. This is a help for farmers to do the production of fingerlings through the local material available, because the tilapia can produce in natural spawning and artificials. So from the natural spawning, it loses about the 40% of the fingerlings will be die during the surviving. But in in incubators, you can increase the survival rate for the fries production, so you can increase the yield in your farm. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Guest of honor, the best researcher for the year 2026. The award goes to Mr. Joseph Luomba. Another round of applause to the best researcher for the year 2026.
I'm humbled and privileged to get this award. I'm lost for words, but it's due to my seniors and my bosses, because I learn from them. So it's through hard work, determination, and also networking and learning from those who are leading you. So you get 2 or 3 things that can also help you in your research. Thank you.
I was scared those who say they are short of words would normally speak longer. It's research-based. Guest of honor, the final award, again, under the poster presenters, we had 3 winners. So the 3rd winner for poster is Madam Juliana Majura. Or should I rather call her Captain Juliana Majura? Captain Juliana Majura. Okay, so for those of us who did not get onto the top 3, it does not mean that you did not win. Your presentations are excellent, and it gives us a room to do even more in the future. So please, let's once again acknowledge all the winners as she gives a quick remark.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Juliana Majura, and my topic was about the contributions of nautical science in fisheries research. Thank you.
And it's now the Deputy Permanent Secretary to give us his remarks, and then extend an invitation to the guest of honor, first to give the awards, to give us the closing speech, and then the group photos. Karibu DPS.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Kazi na utu. Thank you very much. Honorable Mboja Mshenga, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Blue Economy and Fisheries, Zanzibar, High Table Directors of Tafiri, Zafiri, former PSCs. We have 2 former PSCs. We acknowledge your presence. Director of Fisheries, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the President of Tanzania, United Republic of Tanzania, and the President of Zanzibar for permitting this meeting to be hosted in Tanzania. They are aware that this meeting is going on through ministers, Minister of Livestock and Fisheries, and the Minister of Blue Economy and Fisheries, Zanzibar. I have been assigned here for 2 tasks. The first one is the award, to hand over awards, which I have nicely completed, I guess. And the second is to welcome Deputy Minister of Blue Economy and Fisheries, Zanzibar, who is a guest of honor and closing ceremony of this meeting. But before inviting you, your Honorable Minister, please allow me to speak a few words. First of all, on behalf of the Ministry, I would like to thank all participants from all countries. We have diversified participants from 17 countries. This is a great success of this meeting. Thank you very much. Second, I would like to thank organizers on behalf of the ministry for your wonderful job. The meeting is exciting, and we have already received some feedback that we have conducted this excellent meeting, but this is a good job done by organizers. Thank you very much. The third one, I would like to extend my gratitudes to sponsors. We know that this won't be possible without their support. You can see here we have a good number of sponsors, European Union and others. Thank you very much for your support. And third, your Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, I don't want to repeat what has already been presented by DG of Tafiri and Zafiri, the key recommendations and deliberations of this meeting. Please allow me to reiterate a few of them. The first one is to translate research to products. This is very important because we have to translate these findings and presentations and submissions to products. We have innovators here, but also we will use this research to formulate policy for decision making. The second one is empowerment for women and youth. And we have received testimony here in this podium that the government is doing a very good job to support, to empower youth and women. The third one is about seed and feed, cage farming, and to reduce post-harvest loss. Honorable Deputy Minister, these are among the key deliberations that from the government point of view, we are waiting if Secretariat to refine them, and we are ready for action. And kindly be assured that these deliberations will be taken seriously by both government, the government of United Republic of Tanzania and Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar. Honorable Deputy Minister, before I invite you to the podium, please allow me just to highlight the importance of this meeting in policy formulation. Ladies and gentlemen, the fisheries sector in Tanzania is growing significantly. Allow me also just to highlight a few numbers. The growth of sector for 2024 was 2.3%, but the growth jumped to 6.3% in 2025. This is unprecedented, and of course it will be very difficult to achieve this target or to achieve this level without the contribution of research and innovation. So thank you very much, researchers, academicians, for this achievement. But also the GDP contribution of fisheries sector was 1.7 in 2024, and the contribution significantly increased to 2.2 by 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, I have highlighted these numbers to demonstrate the intervention of the government of Tanzania, both government, United Republic of Tanzania and Revolution Government of Zanzibar. They are investing in fisheries sector to make sure that they are contributing to the economy, but also toward the Vision 2050, which is a bit ambitious of $1 trillion. And one among the sector is fisheries, which is expected to contribute in the Vision 2050. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not here to give speech, and I don't want to preempt my boss. With this, without further ado, I would like to invite Honorable Guest of Honor to give her conclusion remark or closing remark rather. Please join me to invite Honorable Deputy Minister for her remarks. Thank you very much. But before that, she will hand over awards, and then subsequently she will give her closing remark. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we are now going to give the awards. There are two categories, Guest of Honor. One to the sponsors. Please kindly take your seats. We're going to give the awards first to the sponsors and then to the keynote speakers. To begin, IUCN. Let's clap for them. TNC, do we have a representative? TNC, please come this side. Yeah. Wait. Asante sana. TNC. FAO, please prepare. Let's clap for TNC. Thank you so much. FAO. Do we have Nairobi Convention? Nairobi Convention, are they here? Dr. Mary, please receive on behalf of Nairobi Convention. Asante sana, FAO. Nairobi Convention. This first category these ones were the lead sponsors. Moving on to strategic sponsors and partners. University of Kentucky. DSFA, are they here? DFSA? DSFA, do we have a representative? Mkurugenzi, naomba uje upokee kwa niaba ya DSFA. Kiost. Do we have Kiost representative present? Chief, naomba uje upokee kwa niaba ya Kiost. Gaming Board of Tanzania, do we have a representative? Dr. Mary, naomba uje upokee kwa niaba ya Gaming Board of Tanzania. And the final category is supporting partners. Do we have NIGLAS? Hold on a second. Asante. Hold on. NIGLAS. Ilete yoyo. To be followed by WCS. Subiri kidogo, ifike kwanza tuzo yako. Salmat Diplomatic Hospitality to follow next. Let's put our hands together for WCS. Salmat Diplomatic Hospitality. Guest of honor, please allow for 30 seconds, not to keep you standing, but please allow, we have IUCN to say very few remarks on behalf of the sponsors. IUCN, please come and say a brief remark on behalf of all the sponsors, and please mind you that the guest of honor is standing and she's on high heels.
Asante MC. Mheshimiwa, naomba tu niseme Kiswahili kwa sababu kuna wanajamii hapa labda wangependa kusikia. Kwa niaba ya wadau wa maendeleo, nipende kushukuru serikali zetu mbili, serikali ya Muungano na vile vile serikali ya Mapinduzi Zanzibar kwa ushirikiano ambao umeendelea kutupa. Bila ya ushirikiano isingewezekana kabisa kuweza kufanya kazi hapa, lakini tunapata support kubwa kutoka kwa serikali, ndio maana tumeweza kuwapa pamoja. Kwa hiyo naamini kabisa kwamba tutaendelea kufanya vizuri na tutaendelea kusaidia hii sekta kesho na kesho kutwa iweze kuwa muhimili mkuu. Tumeambiwa imepanda kutoka 1.7 to 2.2, so possibly when we meet itakuwa almost 3%. Kwa hiyo ni matarajio ambayo tunataka kuyaona, na sekta ya uchumi wa blue inachangia pakubwa, na sisi ndio wadau, kazi kubwa tunayo kufanya. Kwa hiyo mheshimiwa, kwa hayo machache naomba nikushukuru tena. Asante.
Guest of honor, the final category of the awards before we hear your closing speech will go to keynote speakers. We appreciate all your invaluable contribution. To begin with, Joseph Onyango Luomba. Dr. Immaculate Semesi, please prepare. Dr. Immaculate? Where's Dr. Immaculate? Nomba basi uje upokee kwa niaba. Nani? NEMC, do you have NEMC? Please come and receive on behalf of Dr. Immaculate Semesi. Changamke kidogo. Nicholas Tutuba. Nicholas Tutuba. Nicholas hayupo? Tusipeleke hiyo. Professor Ole Siholson. Professor Ole? He was a virtual presenter. We acknowledge his. Professor Michael McGlew. Michael McGlew. Hold on, Michael. Slow down, Mike. Just 1 second. We want to make sure. To be followed by Professor Peter Jikstra. A round of applause to Professor Mike. Professor Peter Jikstra. Sorry? Dexter. Okay, that one. Let's give him a round of applause. He did a fantastic presentation. Thank you so much. Can I call Dr. Yu Wan Ha? Dr. Yu? Innocent, please come and receive for Dr. Yu. Innocent? Okay, let's proceed with Professor Hans Hoffman. Number 2, Professor Hans. Let's clap for Dr. Hans. Dr. Anthony Tabu Munyaho. Tampokelea, asante. Next is Dr. Anthony Tabu Munyaho. And finally, Professor Hamisi Masanja Malebo. Professor Hamisi? Naye hayupo. No, but can we once again put our hands together for all our speakers, for all our sponsors, innovators, poster presenters. Thank you so much. Mgeni rasmi tayari ulikwisha karibishwa, kwa hiyo naomba sasa nisiweke maneno mengine ya ziada. Karibu sana.
Asante sana. Good afternoon. Professor Mohamed Sheikh, Deputy Principal Secretary, Ministry of Livestock and Fisheries, directors from various government departments and agencies, member of the diplomatic and development community, development partners, IUCN, TNC, FAO, Nairobi Convention, KIOST, NIGLAS, Deep Sea Authority, LVFO, LTA, researchers and scientists, academicians and students, fisheries and aquaculture practitioners, private sector representatives, distinguished guests, member of the media, ladies and gentlemen, na wasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Good afternoon. It's my great pleasure and honor to stand before you as we come to the end of the forum, Fourth Fisheries and Aquaculture Research for the Vibrant Blue Economy, the scientific conference organized by Tanzania Fisheries Research Institution, TAFIRI. First and foremost, I would like to sincerely thank the Almighty Allah for granting us health and the opportunity to gather this afternoon for the closing section of the FAR4ViBE Science Conference of 2026. Secondly, allow me to take this opportunity to extend my sincere gratitude to our great leadership of our country, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of Tanzania, and Dr. Hussein Ali Mwinyi, the President of Zanzibar, and the Chairman of Revolutionary Council, for their vision in making blue economy in the country as agenda. Furthermore, I would like to thank all of you for your participation, commitment, and valuable contribution throughout the conference. Your presence and engagement have made this conference not only a scientific gathering, but also an important platform for dialogue, collaboration, innovation, and knowledge exchange. Over the course of this conference, we have shared scientific findings, experience, technologies, and innovation ideas addressing issues across fisheries, aquaculture, climate change, and broader blue economy. This discussion demonstrates the importance for research and innovation for sustainable management of fisheries and also aquaculture. Distinguished guests, we should be reminding that generating scientific knowledge is one part of our responsibility. The greater challenge yet remains to make this knowledge accessible to policymakers, resource managers, farmers, fishers, community, investor, and wider community. Also translating the knowledge into practice, solutions that improve our livelihood, food security, employment, and economic development. I particularly encourage to move from research finding to action, from innovation to application, and from collaboration to the measurable impact with an inline Tanzania Development Vision 2050. Distinguished guests, the challenges facing fisheries and aquaculture sector are complex. Hence, they cannot be addressed by one institution alone. This requires strong partnership, multidisciplinary research, knowledge, innovation, technology, and also informed management decision. I there argued that researchers and institutions to maintain the network established during this conference. Let the contacts made from the conference develop into joint research program, innovation, capacity building, initially, and the practical intervention that contributes to the development of fisheries and aquaculture sector, national and also regional and also international. Ladies and gentlemen, as we close this conference, let us consider today as an end. Let us not consider today as an end, rather than beginning of renewed commitment to transform knowledge into action. Let us continue to work together to transform the fisheries and aquaculture sector into productive, sustainable, innovation, inclusive, and also resilience. The sector will contribute in food security, employment, livelihood, as well as Tanzania blue economic ambition. Wanawake oye! Wanawake wenzangu wa kanda ya Ziwa, kama walivyosema kwamba wanahitaji wakisomeshwa wasomeshwe kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. Ombi tumelichukua. Jumuiya zote zilizokuwa kwa maeneo haya ambazo zinatoa elimu ziwape elimu hii kwa lugha ya Kiswahili ili waeleweke. Naamini wizara ipo hapa, Wizara ya Mifugo na Uvuvi italichukua hilo na kwenda kulifanyia kazi. Before I conclude, I would like to extend a special recognitions and sincerely appreciation to our distinguished international guests, development partner, and member of diplomatic community who have traveled from abroad to participate in this conference. Your presence has greatly enriched our discussion and strengthening the spirit of international cooperation that is essential for advancing fisheries, aquaculture, and the blue economy of our country. We are honored by your commitment to sharing knowledge, experience, innovation, and the best practice from different parts of this world. We deeply appreciate your continuing support and collaboration with Tanzania in protecting and promoting sustainable management of aquaculture resource, scientific research, capacity development, and investment in the blue economic sector. On behalf of Government of Tanzania and the Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar, I extend our heartfelt gratitude for our partner and friendship. I wish you a pleasant stay in Tanzania and enjoy a safe journey back to your home. Also, I would like to thank who tirelessly worked behind the scene, the administrative, logistic, and technical team whose effort may not always be visible, but were essential to making this event possible. Finally, I would like to proudly announce to you that coming 50th FAR4ViBE Conference in Zanzibar will be held in Zanzibar. The specific again, I would like proudly announce to you that coming 50th FAR4ViBE Scientific Conference of 2028 will be held in Zanzibar. And you are all invited. With these remarks, I hereby declaring that the fourth Fisheries and Aquaculture Research for a Vibrating Blue Economic Scientific Conference are officially closed. Thank you very much. Karibuni Zanzibar. Thank you.
Let's once again give the guest of honor a big round of applause for having officially concluded 4th FAR4ViBE Conference 2026. We meet, please take your seats. We meet next year in Zanzibar. We say inshallah. Guest of honor, a few pictures. To begin with, can I call onto the podium all the speakers present? All the speakers come behind the high table for a group photo to be followed by former DGs. All the speakers with session chairs. Speakers, session chairs, please come. Let's line up behind the guest of honor for a group photo to be followed by former DGs. Then wavuvi, tutaanza na kina mama, alafu kina baba mtakuja na vijana. Na kuona kule nyuma dada yangu, wewe ulikuwa ni session chair, umegeuka na wewe. Yes, you. Moderators, Mary, njoo hapa. Dr. Mary. Speakers, moderators, if you know you had a role on the stage, please join us for a group photo. Asante. Can I call former DGs? Former Director Generals will be followed by women processors, value additionals. Naomba tuwapige makofi madiji wetu hao. Thank you so much. Naomba niwalete wavuvi sasa. Kina mama. Taufa. Women in fishing. Can I see all women in fishing on the stage? Yeah. If you're not fishing, you are eating fish. You're also on the value chain. So can I see all the women in the room on the stage? Can I see all the women in the room on the stage? Management, staff. If you're not, as I said, if you're not fishing, you're not processing, you're definitely consuming. Acha wapige wote. Kina mama wote, we celebrate you. Sasa kama kuna mama amebaki huko, lazima tuulize. Mungu anawaona. All women in the room, please. Hivi wewe mwandishi wa habari wa TBC, si mwana mama wewe au kwa sababu umevaa suruali? Njoo. All women in the room. Ready? Thank you so much, women. Asante. Can I call upon the men in the room? Kina baba. Kina baba, changamke basi kidogo chap. Tuonyeshe kina mama. Can I call the men in the room? All the men in the room? All the men in the room? Kina baba wote ndani ya nyumba. Mimi tayari niko kwenye picha hapo. Dr. Mary mwache, kaja kundi la kina baba, tutapiga naye tupite, tunampenda. Unatuona wote? Happy smiles kina baba, tutabasamu basi. Asante, naomba tujipigie makofi. Can I request the sponsors to remain back? Sponsors and partners. Sponsors and partners. Sponsors and partner. IUCN, European Union, the Nature Conservancy, Nairobi Convention, Kentucky, FAO, Gaming Board, Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization, WCS, NIGLAST and KIOST. Number uingie katikati hapo dada Oscar. Yeah. Let's once again put our hands together for all the sponsors and partners. Please join on the stage. May I request international delegates to remain on the stage and call upon all other international delegates. All international delegates, those coming from outside Tanzania. If you know you come from outside Tanzania, please join on the stage. Please join us, those coming from outside Tanzania. International delegates, I still see a few seated. Tafiri Management. Tafiri Management, are you here? Please come. Thank you so much, international delegates. See you next year in Zanzibar. But I hope we are going to Bongoyo tomorrow. Tafiri Management. Who are the delegates? Can I see by the show of hands delegates coming from Zanzibar? By the show of hands, delegates coming from Zanzibar, a special picture for you with the guest of honor. Tafiri Management will be followed by Tafiri staff, and then organizing committee, and then the last picture will be all delegates coming from Zanzibar. Thank you very much. Naomba niwalete sasa staff wa Tafiri. One happy picture, one happy family. One happy picture, one happy Tafiri family. Wanaume wote tumepiga na tumetosha. Asante. Naomba niwalete Zafiri. Zafiri colleagues. Wapo? Do we have colleagues from Zafiri? Okay. Team Zanzibar. Team Zanzibar. All delegates coming from Zanzibar that are in the room at the moment. Team Zanzibar. She, karibu bwana. Sio naibu kwa mwanababa peke yako hapo nyuma. Organizing committee. Organizing committee. Organizing committee, naomba tuchangamke kidogo. Washiriki kutoka wizarani tupo? Wizarani from the ministry? Haya, picha ya mwisho itakuwa ni washiriki wote kutoka wizarani. For a job well done by the organizing committee, let's extend a big round of applause to them. Asante sana. Picha ya mwisho from the Ministry of Livestock and from the Ministry of Livestock and Fisheries, as well as Blue Economy. Please join onto the final picture. Mkurugenzi, naomba tupige picha ya mwisho sasa ya wizara. Wafanyakazi kutoka wizara mbalimbali mliopo. Yes. Blue Economy and Fisheries, as well as Livestock and Fisheries. Tusoge mbele kidogo. Marine Park wapo? Marine Park? Ulijisahau? Twende. Au nyinyi sio wizarani jamani? Taasisi zilizopo chini ya wizara. Government institution under the Ministry of Livestock, government institution under the Ministry of Blue Economy. Mwanababa naomba kae mwisho kabisa. Sawa. Simama hapa. DJ naomba uniandalie wimbo mzuri kabisa wa kumsindikiza mgeni rasmi sasa. Can I request all of us to please stand up? Can we all please rise? Let's put our hands together once again for the guest of honor. We have a token of ministry. Naomba turudi sasa, tubaki tumeza kuu hapa tuweze kumkabidhi mgeni rasmi zawadi yake. Naomba Dr. Mary chukue hizo, kumkabidhi DJ Zafiri ili aweze kumkabidhi mgeni rasmi. This is a brief, a very small token of appreciation, but it comes from our hearts, hearts of hearts. So it's a very big token of appreciation to you, guest of honor. A round of applause. Na hiyo nyingine Zafiri atamkabidhi katibu mkuu, naibu katibu mkuu. Asante sana. Let's continue to clap our hands as the guest of honor leaves the room. DJ, naomba wimbo sasa wa kuwasindikiza viongozi wetu wanapotoka ukumbini. Makofi.